Back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker. Hang on just a second. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for a call of the House.
Members, a call of the House has been requested. I need to see a show of 10 hands. We have 10 hands. The motion is properly sustained. Will the sergeants please close and lock the doors? Mr. Schiebel, turn on the chimes. Members, push your buttons to indicate your presence. Mr. Schiebel, please call the names of those who are absent. Maybe give it a minute. And will the sergeants please locate the members who are missing?
Representatives Amabile, Armagost, Basenecker, Bradfield, Bradley, Catlin, Degree Kennedy, Epps, Frizzell, Froelich, Herod, Holtorf, Judah,
Did you find her?
Joseph,
It's okay.
Kip, Luck, Lukens, Lynch, Marshall, Martinez, McCormick, Parenti, Puglisi, Sirota, Soper, Taggart, Valdez, Velasco, Weissman, Wilson, and Rep. Winter.
I got you loud and clear, Ginny.
Oh, I can hardly wait.
What do I got? Luck? I got luck.
I put it up. Yes. Didn't I? Shit, I don't remember. Go ahead. Okay.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move the following bills be made special orders on Friday, November 17th at 6:29 p.m. House Bill 1008.
Madam Majority Leader, I'm sorry. We need to raise the call first. Sorry.
Madam Speaker, may the call be raised.
Thank you. It has been moved that the call be raised. All those in favor say aye.
Yes, aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The call is raised. Members, we are waiting on one final committee report, so we're going to stand in a brief recess. I encourage you to stay near the chamber, so grab dinner, relax for a minute. We'll see you soon. The House will stand in recess. The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bills 1001 as amended, 1002 as amended, 1003 as amended, and 1008 as amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the following bills be made special orders on Friday, November 17th at 6:35 p.m. House Bill 1008, 1002, 1003, and 1001.
Members, you have heard the motion. The House bills as identified by the Majority Leader will be made special order at 6:35 p.m. Representative Amabile. Members, you have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The motion passes. Representative Amabile will take the chair.
Hello, everybody. The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are in your bill folders, and floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is definitely relaxed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 23-10008.
House Bill 1008 by Representative Leader concerning appropriation to the Department of the Treasury to support the administration of the property tax deferral program during the 2023-24 state fiscal year.
Okay, fine.
Thank you. Let's see, Representative Leader.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And welcome to the special session of 2023 Bill 1008, first out. I move House Bill 23B-1008 and the committee report from the appropriations.
I think it's just the appropriations report
Okay, I move the appropriations report.
to the bill.
To the bill. To the report. Jesus.
Okay, sorry. All right, we're all rusty.
We appropriated money. So J001, it just moves the money to the appropriation department for the treasurer.
Okay.
Seeing no further discussion? No. I'm trying to hurry.
Is there any comment on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the appropriations report is adopted.
Thank you.
To the bill.
I ask for an aye vote.
To the bill, I said that already. Do you want to talk a little bit about your bill, Rep. Leader?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I bring before you House Bill 23B-1008 concerning an appropriations to the Department of the Treasury to support the administration of the property tax deferral program during the 2023-2024 state fiscal year. So the property tax deferral program managed by the Department of the Treasury provides a safety net options for people who may otherwise be unable to afford their property taxes.
Okay.
The program has historically been offered to seniors and active military members. This program was expanded in 2022 to include homeowners whose property taxes have increased by more than 4% in the past 2 years, the tax growth cap participants. The tax growth cap participants can defer up to $10,000 of their property taxes. Seniors and military can defer any amount of their property taxes. The current deferral interest rate is 4.125% per statute. The rate changes annually on February 1st based on the published 10-year Treasury bond rate. So the program saw a one-year increase to almost 1,000 participants in the program in the past year, and treasurers anticipate another year of significant growth in the program due to the reason we are all here, rising property taxes. The passage of House Bill 23-1284 that Speaker Pro Tem Krista Gree Kennedy and I passed last session specified that 90% requirement does not apply to those called into military service with a home loan guaranteed by the VA. This bill also changed the existing statute to the person 65 or older called into military service or their spouses of said taxpayers may file for the property tax deferral program even if their property is incoming producing. Example, an ADU for accessory dwelling unit or a mother-in-law home. So this bill appropriates $87,000 to the current fiscal year to the Treasury. So it can hire a FTE to address these new and urgent needs.
Okay. Thank you, Rep. Leader. So we're going to, sorry, I'm a little rusty, we're going to just go back and do the adoption of the appropriations report correctly. Is there further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. And the appropriations report is adopted. And now we can go right to the bill. Is there further discussion on the bill?
No, Madam Chair.
Representative Frizzell?
I ask for an aye vote.
Good evening, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to move Amendment L001 to House Bill 1008 and ask that it be properly displayed, please.
Okay, that amendment is properly displayed. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This amendment essentially strikes the language of this bill beginning at line 1, and I would like to enumerate on why I believe that this is necessary. Members, I appreciate the bill sponsor's background on this, and she was very specific about the participants in this program. I am actually a really big fan of the tax deferral program. I think it provides a lot of meaningful relief to especially our seniors and vets who are experiencing challenges periodically. It is not intended to be a forever respite from property taxes, as it is capped to $10,000 total. But that said, it is not a widely used benefit, and I would agree that this program could see some additional folks participating in the near future. But the thing that I think is important is that if we actually do our jobs in this chamber, in this special extraordinary session, if we do the job of providing meaningful property tax relief, this expenditure is not needed. This addition of an additional full-time employee is superfluous. And especially since we are at the very beginning of these conversations, this is a very preliminary measure. So with that, members, I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Leader.
Thank you. That amendment negates the entire bill. I ask for a no vote.
Is there further discussion? Yes.
You got it. It's right there. It's right there. It's right. Oh, come on.
Rep. DeGraff. To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support this amendment. No surprise, because it would strike an unnecessary expenditure. We're here because the voters said Prop HH categorically does not meet our wishes. And fortunately, they did, because, and we can get into that with the exponential growth in government and the making Tabor irrelevant, but the bottom line is, the people of Colorado said, you need to get your house in order and you need to control spending, and our lead out of the gate is increasing government spending. That's our tax relief. We are laser focused on tax relief for the people of Colorado, and we started off out the gate by adding and growing government. It's no wonder the people of Colorado knew that this body wasn't serious about decreasing taxes. Of course, if it was decreasing taxes, it could have been done in the House without a special constitutional referendum. So it's just continuing to lie to the people of Colorado. And now we're telling the people of Colorado that we are spending a bunch of money to bring us all here to give them property tax relief. Heck, we're probably spending more than this just by being here and activating this entire Operation Cookie Jar. We're going to spend more than this. This is ridiculous. We are growing government as part of our pledge to reduce taxes, to do something with property tax deferrals, and just to tell the people that we're cutting their taxes. We're growing government. Adding an FTE does not decrease the size of government. Sure, this one might not be a property tax issue, but it comes out of the citizens' pockets, unless we're just printing money out of thin air, which creates its own problems. Or using the Fed's money that's printed out of thin air, creating a continually inflationary cycle while we devalue the dollar, which causes our property costs to go
Rep.
up.
DeGraff, I love the lesson, but maybe you could just really laser focus here on this amendment.
Well, ma'am, laser focus means items A through H. There's 8 agenda items to laser focusing in this body. So I'm not really sure what laser focusing means anymore. But this is growing government. Growing government as part of the promise to the people of Colorado that we are going to get our spending in order so that they can have some semblance of relief from the boot on their neck by the legislation of this body. This is obscene. I highly recommend a yes vote, striking this. We're asking the people of Colorado to tighten their belts. We're not asking the people of Colorado to tighten their belts. We're demanding the people of Colorado to tighten their belts. We're driving up the cost. We're saying you need to do less and we need to take more. And we're going to do that. And we couldn't even wait to do it until January when we're going to start another batch of 500 or 1,000. And this is tax relief. This is tax relief for the people of Colorado. Tax relief for the people of Colorado is spending more of their money, requiring more out of them. It's obscene. It's wrong. Makes no logical sense. I highly urge a yes vote, and at least let's start off this session by not being in complete contradiction to what we said we were going to laser focus on.
Rep. Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This summer I put 8,000 miles on traveling House District 47. I did my work. I talked to everybody. I talked to people on all sides of the aisle, every stripe. And the majority of my district said, Rep. Winter, please go up and fight and stop the growth of government. And I'm here to speak on behalf of them. And that's the reason that I'm going to support this amendment. And I ask you all to support this amendment because my constituents were loud and clear, not only in conversations with me, but with their vote at the ballot box. And they want government to slow down. So I urge an aye on this vote. Please vote for this amendment, stop the growth of government for House District 47.
Rep. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also urge an aye vote on this amendment because this amendment is addressing the underlying bill. And as I read the underlying bill, as I read the amendment, as you've heard my colleagues talk about, we're again growing government. But we're growing government in a very specific way. We're growing government in a way that is effectively increasing the amount of money spent on government middlemen rather than returning money back to the taxpayers without having that middleman effect in place. By voting yes for this amendment, we can ensure that money goes back into our taxpayers' pockets without having to then run through the vast bureaucracy and the vast intermediate entity that is, in this particular case, I believe it's the Treasury Department. And so I urge an aye vote on this amendment because our citizens, our taxpayers, our communities are crying out for actual effective clean property tax relief. And they're not getting effective clean property tax relief when we're having to grow government and grow bureaucracy and grow middlemen who are going to have salaries and be paid and do all of the additional paperwork that's being imposed via this bill. And that's why I support this amendment. So I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment so that we can ensure that we are getting clean property tax relief to our citizens, to our taxpayers, and not having yet another drain on their limited financial resources by continuing to fund another layer of government. So I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Rep. Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. So the reason that we are here discussing this is because Prop HH failed. The voters saw through this. They knew that this was going to make them lose their homes, lose a lot of money in the process. And they said, we're not believing all of the stuff that's coming from the governor's office or from the House. And so they voted against this. And so now we're here saying we're going to fix this. And this is the way we fix this. We add $87,000 to the budget for a person that can help them push these taxes back. They don't actually gain one tax break. There's nothing beneficial here except they push the taxes back. But here's the funny little caveat is then they are also charged interest on this, and this compounds so that they are now paying way more than the original taxes when they actually have to pay this. And they will have to pay this off. There's no tax break. There's nothing that happens here. And so I strongly support this amendment to do away with this entire thing and start over. How are we helping the taxpayers by costing them more money, charging them interest, and costing the state $87,000 more to accomplish this extra charge to the taxpayer? This is the exact opposite direction that we're supposed to be taking, and this is what Prop HH being voted down was a shout out. I have a mandate. I'm going to say this on every bill, every amendment, every single time. I have been sent here by the people of Colorado and said, please do not take our tax money away. It does not belong to you in the House. It does not belong to the governor. It does not belong to the state of Colorado. It belongs to the people, and they have shouted as loud as they could shout. Do not take our tax money away, and yet here we're doing this. This is not a break. This is not a relief. This is a compounded interest scam that's going to take more money from them in the long run. I support this amendment. Strike the whole thing.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you, esteemed colleagues, for your attention this fine evening. I will tell you that as I was coming from my district, House District 63 in Northeast Colorado, many of my constituents asked me one thing: do not let them take our taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds. Now, I don't know what they meant by them, but I will tell you, in my journey up here to the state capitol, I contemplated the fact that the taxpayers' money is the taxpayers' money. It's not the state's money. It's not the General Assembly's money. It's not the state House chamber or the Senate chamber's money. It's not the state treasurer's money. It is the people's money. And you should only use what you need, and what you don't use or need, you should return to the taxpayers. It's their money. Now, with respect to this strike below, the other thing I'm 100% sure,
Representative.
but I infer, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sorry, we're on Amendment L001.
Yes. With respect to House Bill 1008 and L001, I support the strike below for this very reason. I also know that my constituents did not send me to this special extraordinary session to grow government. It's already growing. Evidence of that is look what has happened the last 4 years that I have served in this chamber, from a $26 billion state budget to now approaching and surpassing, soon to surpass 41 billion, 42 billion. And here we are going to add just one little more FTE. I think for my friends from another part of this world, they call it death by 1,000 cuts. Death by 1,000 cuts. And here's just one little more cut as we grow government incrementally, inch by inch. Now, this strike below honors the pledge that I take from my constituents in House District 63 that says, do not spend more than you need and return what you don't need. And oh, by the way, we don't want to grow government. Not by 1 FTE, not by 10 FTE, not by 100 FTE. But here we go, incrementally, inch by inch, growing government. Now, I would argue, Madam Chair, that there's probably capacity in the state treasurer's office right now, if people want to roll up their sleeves, to take care of this. Now, to make my point, I'm going to turn to a document that is before me. So please bear with me, Madam Chair and colleagues. According to staff analysis from the Colorado House Republicans, using the most recent information for fiscal year 2021, the Colorado Treasury Department reported 495 participants, and that's in this program, the property tax deferral program that I would like to see a strike below so we don't add an FTE. Now let me continue. Now 495, we need another person to manage that. Now here's what's happening. You're telegraphing an explosion in this program because you think, oh boy, we're not going to solve this problem, and we're going to have, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, we're going to have a lot more participants now because we're really not going to solve this problem in this special extraordinary session. Now that's why I support the strike below, because I want to get real solutions. Excuse me. I think somebody wants me to step away from the dais, but I have a few more things to say. So as I continue, only 17 out of the 64 counties in Colorado have active homeowners utilizing the current program. That's not very many on a percentage basis. Boulder County has the largest active participation in the state program at 63% of the 495 participants. Let's add another FTE. Why stop there? For those of you who like to grow government, go big or go home. Or are we going to solve property tax issues in this special extraordinary session for the citizens of Colorado? I have my doubts. But I'm here to represent my people, and I have a few more things to say with regard to this. El Paso County has 11% participation, with Jefferson, Arapahoe, and Larimer counties having between 4% or less. The remaining have less than 2%. I understand that this bill, without the strike below, which I support, will help to alleviate the workflow pressures on the department. But it's completely unclear what those pressures will be. No one here can determine that as we get closer and closer to that cliff. I will tell you, the General Assembly passes a new property tax policy in the special session. The bill may benefit from making this FT expansion temporary until a long-term property tax policy is passed by the General Assembly. So for that, I hope we can come up with solutions. I know that when we started this day, we talked about bipartisan solutions. I have yet to see bipartisan solutions. So if we want to talk about bipartisan solutions, my colleagues, let's see where the amendments that come from my side of the aisle are introduced and accepted on these bills from your side of the aisle, especially amendments like this, Madam Chair. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
House Bill 1008, Amendment L001. And this is only the beginning of what's going to be a very long night, I'm afraid. Thank you.
Is there further discussion of Amendment L001? Representative Frizzell.
Lord, you're all too tall. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to wrap this up a little bit. I really agree with some of the message that my colleagues have provided. This is, to me, kind of creating a self-fulfilling prophecy. And it is certainly telegraphing to Colorado citizens that we are not here to take their needs seriously, to take the need to reduce property taxes, to provide meaningful relief to property owners in this state. I find it very curious that this is the first bill out of the 4 that we'll be hearing tonight. Does this mean that we are not addressing the governor's call and lowering property taxes to begin with? Is that what we're saying by putting this bill first?
Rep. Frizzell, if we could just keep it to the amendment for right now.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, I've had a chance to manage people for many, many years and found that to be always an interesting experience. But what you do as a manager, when you're managing tasks and ever-changing workflows, sometimes you just hire a temp to tide you over until you know that what to expect in the future, what to expect. Is this going to be a temporary workload increase? Is it going to be perpetual? And so I would really recommend, certainly I don't want to think that we are going to underserve our citizens if they are trying to access this program, but there is no reason to add a full-time employee to the roles of the state of Colorado without actually understanding what the workload increases look like. We can, certainly the state treasurer has the ability to hire temporary employees, and I would really suggest that that avenue be explored before we dig further into the coffers of the state and the pockets of our taxpayers. Again, I ask for your aye vote.
Is there further discussion of L001? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L001. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
The amendment fails. To the bill, Rep. Leader.
Yes, I urge an aye vote on the bill. Thank you. It's for property tax relief for everyone, for the bills that we already had. It's a temporary 2023 to 2024 fix. Thank you. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll just note that I was a little bit confused that my colleague took the took the podium before the vote to speak to the bill. I thought we were going to continue speaking to the amendment. All right. To the bill. 008 out the gate. It is an increase in government spending. It's an increase in government spending, and this is how we tell the Colorado taxpayers that we are spending $24,000 a day. Seriously. We're spending $24,000 a day seriously by starting off tax relief by spending more money. Now, we could handle this because, yeah, without serious tax relief, there are people that are going to need to defer their taxes, just betting, just hoping that something happens that allows them to keep their head above water. In the meantime, this body's adding more water. To Colorado, you need to know that this is not for you. This FTE is not going to go away. The next year, it's going to be considered a cut to get rid of this FTE. And this will be an essential program, and it was demonstrated this year. It's going to stay $87,000, and you're paying $24,000 a day to figure that out. One FTE for Treasury. We could solve the problem again by just issuing across the board and tell everybody that, hey, you can defer $10,000 off your property. You're just going to have to pay it later. That wouldn't cost a thing. And I think the state would make interest off it. I'm not sure. But it wouldn't cost a thing. We could give them the relief, because that's all that this does. It spends $87,000 to give them the relief of allowing them to pay all of the same amount of taxes later. And this is the best that we have, out the gate. This is our laser focus on saving the people of Colorado money to give them relief. It's no wonder they knew we weren't serious. You weren't serious with Prop HH. A tax cut can be paid in-house. Prop HH was smoke and mirrors.
Rep. DeGraff, I don't think we're going to be debating Proposition HH. That's not what we're here for. So let's talk about this bill and what this bill does.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do agree there is no debate on Prop HH. It was bad for Colorado. But we could have cut the income tax from 4.4 to 4.
Rep. DeGraff, I'm going to just suggest again that let's talk about the bill that's in front of us right now.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chairman, I'm sorry.
He gave me a little promotion.
I'm good with that. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. All right. This is spending money. This is spending more of Colorado's tax money, not spending less. The purpose in actually mentioning the 4.4 to 4 that had been presented as an option is because that would be a legitimate, or you could look at property tax relief and you could actually cut it 1%. You could cut it it can be cut. It can be cut at the local level. This can be dealt with. Adding another person is not necessary.
Rep. DeGraff, we're really just talking about this bill, exactly this bill, and not different methods of cutting property taxes, not right now.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair, but ultimately we're here because of Prop HH. And this was considered one of the A through H agenda items for laser focusing on giving Colorado tax relief. 495 participants, $87,000 to process less than 500 participants. It's no wonder. I know who Rep. Holtorf's when they said, save us, protect us from the tax and spend. I think we all know who they were saying. We need to get serious for the people of Colorado. They are not piggy banks. There is no such thing as a Tabor surplus. There is no such thing as a Tabor surplus. There is excess taxes that were taken from Coloradans at the threat of force. That's what a Tabor surplus is. We need to be serious about protecting Colorado from this growing government in this House. I recommend a no vote on this bill and protect Colorado from this House.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. The reason this bill was written is because the voters of Colorado said that they do not like what was handed to them last session. Prop HH was a scam. They saw through the scam. And so now we have this bill. Now, the interesting thing is, the goal for this session, this special session, is that we figure out some way to provide tax relief, property tax relief, for the every person that needs this throughout Colorado. So we write a bill because the Colorado voters said, what you presented was not okay. We will not let you take Tabor.
Representative Bottoms, I'm just going to ask you the same thing I asked the previous speaker. We're really going to focus on this bill and what this bill does. And I'm going to ask you to stick to that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
So the reason this bill exists is because the voters said they do not like Prop HH. That's the only reason we're in this room right now, is because they said, we do not like HH, please leave our Tabor refunds alone. So now we have a bill that is trying to address whether or not we're going to have some kind of tax relief. But we know that the other bills that are coming up will not provide that tax relief, because this bill says when it does not provide the tax relief, we're going to hire another person, a full-time employee, so that they can manage all the other people that are going to be destroyed by not providing the tax relief. So this bill is literally saying everything to follow is not going to change the status quo. We will not have tax relief. We will not change anything. The only thing that changes is one person gets paid $87,000 to manage all the people that are going under because there is no actual tax relief. This bill provides the solution that there is not going to be any tax relief coming. And this was interesting to me that this would be the first one, because it does set the stage for all the others. We're saying on this first bill, hey, everything else that's coming, no tax relief. So we're going to need some really big support for the other stuff that is not going to change any tax relief. So again, the only reason we're standing in this room is because there is a mandate from the voters that says to me, we have got to push back. This is not the House's money. This is not the governor's money. This is the people's money. And we're spending extra money to make sure they lose what little money they do have. We will not let that happen in the state of Colorado. HH has proved that.
Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is about giving an FTE for a bill that's already been passed. This will allow our seniors and our veterans and their spouses to stay in their homes by offering an additional option for financial relief because of the skyrocketing property taxes. It's going to give an FTE so they can monitor and report to ensure timely actions to request to defer, reconcile the portal's database with state reports, ensure payments to counties are made timely, calculate payments that are due, calculate payoff amounts, among other needs. And with that, I ask for an aye vote on here. The fact that it continues with HH, this is just giving them an alternative way because of the skyrocketing tax costs. It gives them an FTE to process the claims that they will be getting because of the skyrocketing taxes. So I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm confused on so many points. Are we talking about a bill from last session? Or are we talking about this special session? Because we keep going back and forth, and I thought the governor called us into session to bring property tax relief to the people of Colorado. So I am completely confused because we're coming out of the gates right now to grow government, and the people of Colorado voted to keep their refunds. They voted for Tabor. And so I think we're all confused as to what's going on. If we are here in this special session, away from our families, for our constituents that have begged us, pleaded with us to save their homes, and pleaded for property tax relief, then why in the world are we coming out of the gates with a new bill calling for an additional FTE? If we are actually going to lower property taxes, then do we need another FTE, or should we pass an amendment to decrease the FTEs? Because there should be less applicants needing service for increased property taxes if we're actually here to do the work to lower property taxes for the people of Colorado. So I ask you, am I spending 3 days here to help the people of Colorado, or are we not? Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Who keeps messing with this thing? Okay, reduce taxes and you won't need this program. I think that's why we're here, is to reduce taxes, reduce the tax burden. I do appreciate the tutorial on all the work that it takes to manage the damage caused by this House.
Representative DeGraff, that's a little bit inflammatory. Maybe you could try to tone that down.
Well, I can explain if that toning it down. Yes, I do. I think it would. There's lots of administrative processes, and we have to ask ourselves: does this $87,000 contribute to the benefit of Colorado, to the good of Colorado, to the economy? No. It's just rearranging chip deck chairs. You have to have somebody monitor the number of requests that come in of people. You're just saying, we know there's going to be a lot of people in Colorado that are crying out for help because we were not serious about tax relief. And it's funny, apparently. We're here to reduce taxes. You showed up to increase spending. Again, it's obscene. The people of Colorado need relief. Not just this relief, they just need relief. They need to breathe. They need to get out from under this, and they're crying out to us, saying, please help us. And what we have on the table from 8AH, laser focus, is things like restructuring Tabor and redistributing wealth and growing government. So the people of Colorado were absolutely correct in rejecting the monstrosity that brings us here today, because they knew we were not serious about tax relief, and this proves it. People of Colorado, elections have consequences. These are the consequences.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your attention. With respect to this bill, many of my colleagues are going to be a no, because we don't want to grow government. Now, here's what happens when we go into the, after the majority passes this. Then the next request from the state treasurer that goes to the JBC, just so the rest of Colorado knows how this works in Colorado, when they make their requests for funding in the budget, 100% this FTE will be there. They will justify it, and it will stay and become more than likely a permanent position. And we continue to do this in the state of Colorado. So I understand that in this bill it says it's only for 2023, 2024. But Colorado understand that's not how it works. in the state of Colorado in state government. Let's be brutally honest with each other as we grow government incrementally. Now, when the state budget does turn and the economy does turn and all the state employees, and many of them have to be furloughed and laid off, because it's happened in this state before, Madam Chair, then maybe if we didn't have such a bloated government, not so many people would have to be let go, because we're lean and mean, and we work efficiently. We work harder and smarter and try to do more with less. And for those of you in the military, you know what that means, because I do, after 29 years of service. Now, not to belabor a point, I want to thank my colleagues for your attention and this rigorous debate. Thank you.
Is there further discussion of House Bill 10008? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 10008 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no. No! The ayes clearly have it. House Bill 10008 is adopted. Okay, Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 10002.
House Bill 1002 by Representatives Wilford and Young, also Senators Colker and Fields, concerning an increase in the Earned Income Tax Credit for income tax year 2023.
Let's see, Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 23B 1002 and both the Finance and the Appropriation Committee reports.
That's a proper motion to the Appropriations report. Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we passed Amendment L010 and J001. Amendment L010 made adjustments to the House Finance Committee report and increased the Earned Income Tax Credit from 25% to 50% of the federal credit and allowed the extra credit to be funded as a TABOR refund mechanism for FY 2022-23 after the property tax exemption refund mechanism. As far as J001, it added a provision appropriating $51,483 of general fund to the Department of Revenue for FY 23-24, of which $516 was reappropriated to the Department of Personnel.
Is there further discussion of the Appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations report is adopted. To the bill. No. Okay, to the bill. Yes, Rep. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you as well.
Members, today we bring forward House Bill 23B 10002 for your consideration, which will provide much-needed relief to working people and families across Colorado. I'm delighted to be here with my co-prime, Representative Wilford, to discuss and present this bill. This bill is an effort to help Colorado families take a step towards greater financial stability. The EITC offers low and middle income households thousands of dollars in income support each year. These credits have been shown to encourage work, improve family health and education outcomes, improve childbirth weight and nutrition, and are income supplements that boost workers' overall take-home earnings, which is in the interest of employers. The federal credits are also a large infusion of federal dollars into the state, most of which get spent in local communities and have significant economic impacts. These tax credits can help improve outcomes for families by improving child nutrition, health, and school performance. A study of the initial impacts of these payments showed it strongly reduced food insufficiency. The initial payments in 2021 led to a 25% decline in food insufficiency among low-income households with children. Research indicates that income from tax credits benefits individuals at virtually every stage of life. EITC encourages and rewards work. It's been proven to decrease unemployment, particularly among single mothers. The credit amount increases as income increases, which really encourages work. In 2022, 430,000 Coloradans benefited from the federal EITC, putting more than $770 million back into the hands of Colorado workers to spend in the local economy. For every dollar spent by a family that receives the EITC, it creates an economic impact of $1.50 to $2, almost a doubling effect. Expanding our EITC is likely to boost first-time claimancy, drawing down more federal money to be spent in every part of the state, rural, resort, suburban, and urban.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to be here this evening with all of you to introduce and support this wildly important policy for Coloradans across our state. The Earned Income Tax Credit is a proven tool to help lift people out of poverty and support hardworking people and families across Colorado. During our testimony today in the Finance Committee, we heard directly from Coloradans about what boosting the Earned Income Tax Credit would mean for them. And we heard that it would help them to cover the essentials while they are on the front lines of an affordability crisis. We also heard about the futures that they want to create for their families. And members, I would wager to guess that the future that they want for their families is not that different than the future that you want for your family. In preparation for presenting this bill, I've spent a lot of time talking to my neighbors, to community, to stakeholders, all trying to understand what boosting the Earned Income Tax Credit could mean for them. In fact, I even gave my best friend a call, and I want to take a minute to tell you a little bit about her. My best friend and I met when we were in college. When we graduated, I went to work in the nonprofit sector, and she went to work as a photographer and a writer for a newspaper. Now, flash forward 20 years, she is now a mom of 3 beautiful babies, and she's studying to become a midwife. 2 years ago, her husband developed a substance abuse disorder, started choosing very abusive behaviors, and she, after much time and consultation with friends and family, made the difficult decision to leave that marriage. Now she's a single mom, and she is on the front lines of the affordability crisis, struggling to pay her bills in full, to keep food on the table, and to cover her family's basic needs. She buys gender-neutral clothes so that she can pass those clothes down to each of her kids. She's gotten really creative in cooking meals, and she's lucky because her family's been able to pitch in and help occasionally, but that help does not always come through, and it's not promised. I know she claims the Earned Income Tax Credit, so when I called her to ask her what a one-time boost might mean for her, the first thing she did was let out a giant sigh. Then she told me that she would use that boost to buy a really warm coat for her son. That was the first thing out of her mouth, because literally for families that are struggling to meet their basic needs, things like coats for your kids are the first thing that come to mind when you are offered a little bit of assistance. When I asked her what else she might use the extra money for, she said that she'd buy new tires for her car. She'd buy books for school, and she'd stock up on food so that when times got tough again, at least her kids could eat. I also talked to a neighbor who's worked their entire life and now requires oxygen 24/7 to survive. He's fallen behind on his Excel bill. And when I asked him what he might do with that extra boost, he said he'd like to catch up on that bill. And he'd like to put money aside for rent so that if things got tougher, he wouldn't face potentially losing the roof over his head. This morning, as I rode down to Denver, I met another constituent, and I asked that individual, "What did you think about Prop HH?" Now, we're gonna get a little humor here, so I hope you all are listening. He told me he voted for it because he hoped his ex-wife, who got the house, y'all, got a higher property tax. The point is, Prop HH was complicated, and there are a whole lot of reasons that people voted for it or voted against it. And I don't think that any one of us in this chamber can definitively say it was because of Tabor rebates. I asked him, "Tell me about your Tabor rebates." And he goes, "Oh, that check I got a couple years ago." And I said, "Oh, that check." And he goes, I was like, "You're never going to get a check again. That Tabor refunds actually come during tax time." And he goes, "Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're right. I don't actually know how much I get every month." He goes, "Do you think maybe we could redirect those Tabor funds that I would be getting to fix some of these potholes that I drove over every day?" And I said, "I don't know. I'll see what I can do, sir." The point is, again, and I'm going to say this again, there are a whole host of reasons why Prop HH failed, but we are here today, members. We are here for this special session to deliver the relief that our communities, our neighbors, and our constituents are asking for, and anything less is frankly unacceptable. These very real stories tell us what we already know, and that's that middle and lower income Coloradans are feeling the brunt of our cost of living crisis. And the people who will benefit are predominantly renters, disproportionately people of color, and people living with disabilities and folks who may not feel the direct impact of property cuts. And that's exactly why we need to boost the EITC. 75% of Colorado's EITC filers are women. 22% receive SNAP benefits, 44% file as heads of household, and 19% are in the retail industry. Studies show that children and families receiving these tax credits perform better at school, are more likely to attend college, and can earn higher wages as adults. I put on every single one of your desks numbers about how many of your constituents receive EITC. I also included what their average return from the federal EITC is and what a 50% or a 25% boost would mean for them in the next year. Members, we have an incredible opportunity to act right now and deliver real results. Not talking points, real results. And make Colorado more affordable by increasing this credit once again. And with that, I ask for an aye vote.
Rep. Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
It is also an honor to serve with the bill sponsors, and I want to thank them for championing this issue that targets relief at those who most need it. I hope that in this special session that will be our focus, that we will be working to help people who are on fixed budgets doing their best to get by. It is essential to recognize that Colorado renters are seeing annual increases in their rent at rates that are far more devastating and have far more devastating of an impact on their ability to remain housed, keep food on their table, and stay in their communities than any potential increase in property tax burden has on any Colorado homeowner. This is an emergency, and the plight of those who cannot afford to own homes in the first place is also deserving of a special legislative session. I see the impact of sharp rent increases every day. Single moms working more than one job, trying to scrape by, spending more than 70% of their income to try and remain in their third apartment in 5 years. constantly under fear of displacement, not sure if their kids will be able to remain in the same schools, or if their next apartment will be close to their work. We should be moving heaven and earth to help people like this. I see these people in eviction court at least once a week. This is a crisis, and we must do everything in our power to address it. I deeply, deeply believe that the best thing we can do in this building is to demonstrate to voters that we have the power to truly and materially improve their lives for the better. I ran for office because I believe deeply that each of us has a duty to do everything in our power to end poverty. This is the wealthiest country in the world. And the poor, the disabled, the working class, and the young are far, far, far too often left behind. And we can and must do more to help them keep food on the table, roofs over their heads, and importantly, roots in their community. I want to thank the governor for providing us real opportunities to provide relief to Coloradans who cannot afford to own homes. The expansion of the EITC program will provide meaningful relief to working class families and renters. And we can and must do so much more. But I'm glad we haven't left these communities out in setting the stage for this special session. In committee today, we heard from colleagues on the other side of the aisle about Coloradans struggling to afford the gas they need in their tank to get to work, people struggling to pay rent, to afford groceries. The EITC targets relief at these families. Our rural communities, our colleague who is the co-prime sponsor on this bill, mentioned that she passed out how many families in each of your districts benefit from this. Look at that. Many of the top communities are rural districts. This program, sorry, I lost my train of thought there for a second. What is critical to recognize is that this program has been proven to reduce food insecurity. The Earned Income Tax Credit provides significant assistance to low and moderate income families with children. Colorado provides matching funds under this program. We do not do a dollar-for-dollar match, but instead provide a percentage match. And here what we're looking at today, a 50% match for a single filer could be an additional $250. Families with one child could see an additional $2,000. And families with three children could see an additional $3,600. In committee today, we heard presentation on a bill about the lowest income Coloradans seeing a boost of $200 a year. We're talking about $3,000 a year. If you want to help the Coloradans who most need help, you should support this bill. During this special session, we have the opportunity to significantly increase the benefits that this program already provides. And this relief is targeted at the people who cannot afford to put the gas in their tanks. This means food on table, roofs on heads, debts paid off, and I hope that we at least double our current match of 25% and provide real relief to working Coloradans.
Rep. Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason a lot of these rural districts need this money is because their industries are killed in these chambers. Los Animas County was one of the largest oil and gas producers in the state of Colorado, and the wet blanket on the energy industry has driven people out of their homes, out of the state of Colorado, and put them in this place. So we have to remember that legislation that we pass in this building has consequences. I'm not going to push this off on rural Colorado like they need this money. Why don't we take a look and listen to what we say when we're up here, when we tell you our people are losing good, high-paying, blue-collar jobs because of the wet blanket that we are throwing on the energy industry in Colorado. Unfunded mandates on agriculture, taxes, fees.
Rep. Winter, can we stick to the bill?
I'm just answering. He spoke about it. Why I can't rebut that.
Let's talk about the bill. I think
I've said enough. Thank you.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when we heard this bill in the Finance Committee, I don't normally sit on the Finance Committee. I had to substitute in today, so I was playing a little bit of catch up. So while I was sitting in Finance Committee, I was trying to wrap my mind around what is the earned income tax credit? How is the earned income tax credit distributed? How do we decide who gets it, who doesn't get it? How much? How is it allocated? And so I was going on different websites, to include the IRS website, because the IRS website has a lot of different charts and graphs on there that have all these different income levels and a whole bunch of other different things that let you know, hey, here's how much earned income tax credit you might get. And so I scribbled down some notes here for the earned income tax credit, since, as we've just heard, the earned income tax credit is based on the federal program, and then we kick in a percentage of that. So, per IRS guidelines for 2023, the earned income tax credit is based on your adjusted gross income. If you are a single person filing singly, and you have, say, 2 kids, per the IRS, you get the earned income tax credit. You're eligible for a percentage of it if you make less than $52,918 per year. And so my question to that is, who gets left out in this mechanism presented in House Bill 23B 1002? And to me, the answer is, well, it's the person that makes $52,919. Because if you do not qualify for the earned income tax credit, this program, this increase, is being funded by Taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds. Now, we heard a lot of questions in committee about how much refunds would be lost by somebody who does not meet the threshold to qualify for the earned income tax credit, but who is funding it by giving up a portion of their Taxpayer Bill of Rights refund. And there wasn't really a whole lot of consensus in committee about what that number was, so I had a conversation after the fact with the fiscal analyst. And so I actually have those numbers right now. And so I can tell you that the answer is, right now, under the current refund mechanism for the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, if you do not happen to meet the threshold for the earned income tax credit, and you are in, say, as you know, we have a 6-tiered system right now for refunding the Taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds. And you are in that, I said, 52,918. If you got 2 kids and you're a single parent, that's the cutoff. If you are above that by $100, guess what? You are losing $44 out of your Taxpayer Bill of Rights refund. So I am taking $44 from somebody who is just above the threshold for the earned income tax credit, and I'm giving it to somebody who's separated from them by $100 of actual income. This is being paid for. We heard a lot of conversations about, oh, this is being paid for by the rich. Well, no, this is being paid for by everybody who is above the earned income tax credit cutoff levels. And I can go down the whole list here. The short answer is, you know, if you got 3 kids, you're filing jointly, $63,398. If you make a little bit more than that, you're going to lose anywhere from $88 to $102 in your Taxpayer Bill of Rights refund that's going to somebody that is separated from you by that earned income tax credit cutoff by potentially just a couple of dollars or $100. So this is not something that is being subsidized or being paid for by the rich. This is something that is leaving out low-income people who are just a little bit above the earned income tax cutoff level. Other folks that are being left out of this, low-income folks that don't have kids, because you see, if you're a single individual and you don't have kids, your earned income tax credit cutoff level is $17,640. So if you're a single person with no kids, you make $18,000 a year, guess what? Your Taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds are being taken away from you in order to fund House Bill 23B 1002. I'll say that again. If you're a single individual with no kids, you do not qualify for the earned income tax credit if you are making more than $17,640. So money is being taken away from that individual's Taxpayer Bill of Rights refund in order to send it somewhere else. Those folks need their refund money as well. Of course we want to help the low-income families. Of course we want to help people that are struggling to make ends meet, that have kids. We all know that. So let's give them clean taxpayer relief. Let's give them clean tax cuts instead of picking winners and losers, taking money from folks who are by no means rich, who are also struggling to make ends meet. Oh yeah, another group in here that's not included is folks on a pension or folks on a fixed income, folks that are getting Social Security, because this is the earned income tax credit. If you're getting money via a pension, if you're getting money from Social Security, that doesn't count. So you are not eligible for an earned income tax credit. But if you filed your taxes and you're potentially able to get a taxpayer bill of rights refund, those folks, those seniors who are on fixed incomes, who are on pensions, who are on Social Security, they also are losing taxpayer bill of rights refunds in order to fund this bill here. Of course we have an affordability crisis. Of course that affordability crisis is impacting our low-income families. But we can do better. We can provide them clean relief. We can provide them an actual decrease in the amount of money that goes to the government to begin with, rather than making them pay it and then have to jump through a whole bunch of hoops to get that money back. One final note, and then I will be finished here. We had a conversation in committee about, I learned it was apparently we're one of 4 states that do this, and you can see it both in the legislation and also in the fiscal note, where it talks about this is available to folks who do not have a Social Security number, folks that are using an individual taxpayer ID number. So this is folks that probably aren't citizens. They are still legal here to work in the United States. They're paying their taxes. Well, the issue is, this is what is called a refundable credit. So what that means is, because it's a refundable credit, if you are eligible for, let's say you've got 2 kids, the max amount that you could get under the earned income tax credit, again, per the IRS, 2 kids, you could get $6,604 back, would be the highest amount you could get back via the earned income tax credit. Well, if you only paid $5,000 in taxes, the fact that this is a refundable credit means that you could actually get that full $6,604 back. So you can have a situation where you have folks who aren't even citizens of this country, who are getting more money back out of the system than was originally paid into the system. And so if we're going to talk about taking care of our communities, we're going to talk about taking care of our low-income families, I think we need to have a conversation about why are we doing that on the backs of the folks that I just ran down the list of. Our low-income folks with no kids who are going to see a decrease in their taxpayer bill of rights refunds without being eligible for the earned income tax credits. Our folks who are just over the maximum cutoff limit for that earned income tax credit, who will see their taxpayer bill of rights refunds go down, but who are not eligible for the EITC, and for those pensioners, seniors, and folks that are on a fixed income who need that money just as much because they're on a fixed income, but who will also not be eligible for the earned income tax credit. And so for all of these reasons, I cannot support this piece of legislation. We can give better and more meaningful assistance and support to our communities and to those people who are struggling by giving them a clean tax break rather than taking the money, making them jump through hoops to get it back, and only certain people get it back because we in this chamber are again picking winners and losers. I urge a no vote.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it is an honor to serve with you.
It is also an honor to serve with you.
Thank you very much. I think I speak for my colleagues when I would say, or I do say, that we are not not at all insensitive to the fact that we have Colorado citizens and families that are struggling. But when I got the letter from the governor on us coming back for a special session, there were 2 issues, as I recall, in that. One issue was property tax, and the second was rental relief. I do not recall, under any circumstance, that income tax relief was a part of this special session. There is a time and a place for that discussion. And mind you, we have already enacted a bill this last year that raises that to 38% this next year. 38%. It goes from 25 to 38%. And while we're having this debate, if we don't give property tax relief immediately to our families, and I'll speak on behalf of seniors because I've got the white hair. If we don't give them relief off of that 40 to 60% increase. We're not talking about a 25% increase from the standpoint of an income tax credit. We're talking about a 40% increase in property tax. How do I answer to my seniors that are going to lose their homes? Because that's exactly what's going to happen. So I come back to my first point. There's a time and a place to talk about earned income tax credits, and that's for January session. Right now, we're here to give property tax relief. And this is the second of 4 bills that don't touch the least bit on property tax relief. The other thing I want to say is the governor also asked us to work in a bipartisan way. My whole caucus is here to talk about that. And half of the other caucus is either not here or out there or just shooting the breeze. When are we going to get serious about we're here for property tax relief? I want to help low-income families. I desperately want to help them. But property tax relief is an important component of that. Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really actually want to thank my colleagues from this side of the aisle for bringing up some really important points. When we talk about EITC and we talk about our lowest income earners, I think it will be very important for us to analyze why, in fact, we have low-income earners in this state. I think that's a very valid argument. So we can talk about why our unfair employment practices allow employers to exploit workers. I also want to thank so much my good colleague over here from Adams County for perfectly outlining the argument for why our tax code is absolutely unfair and why we need to switch to a progressive tax system. But I digress, Madam Chair, forgive me. I'm sticking to EITC. What is absolutely essential here, and why we are here today, why we'll be here tomorrow, and why I'm hoping that in good faith, we pass policy through Sunday to allow us to go home is for those who are in dire need of relief, and those are our community members who are living with the lowest income. The earned income tax credit is an absolute viable conversation because it is explicit within the governor's call. I'll give you all a chance to go back and look if you don't remember. When we pretend that the majority of homeowners that have property wealth need more relief than our lowest income earners, we are bringing immoral arguments into this chamber. I see you laughing, and that just is painful. I can't even imagine being somebody who is dependent on EITC and see that people who are sent to this chamber to fight for me are laughing at my need. This is an essential and an important bill, and it will do so much for our community members. It is the most effective program to lift people out of poverty. That is undisputed. If we do not support this, because we are crying that some people will lose $50 on their Tabor rebates, that is shameful. I strongly urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Rep. DeGraff. Rep. Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. the comment that the discussions we're having are shameful or problematic as we try to have healthy debate and dialogue. I don't intend to shame or infer comments of shamefulness on anyone, and I in turn think my colleagues on the other side of the aisle should have the same respect. Now, with respect to this bill and the incremental amounts that we talk about, and Tabor, for the colleague that just spoke, there is a mandate from my district and the people I represent that we leave Tabor refunds alone. It is the taxpayers' money, and it is their refunds because they are the taxpayers paying into the tax base. And they deserve to have the money returned to them that they have generously, because of their hard work and efforts in our economy and in our state, have earned and had to pay to the state. It doesn't matter if it's $5, $50, $500, or $5,000. I want to talk about the principle. The principle of respect for the taxpayers and respect for those that earn and help this state with every program, social program, social benefit program, and legislation that allows for those opportunities to come forth. I would ask the chair and I would ask the leadership to pay close attention to our comments so we can have rigorous and respectful debate and not steer one side or the other of that rigorous and respectful debate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for my colleagues' clarification, I'm certainly not laughing at the plight of anybody that is in a dire situation, largely due to the legislation of this body. But when you say property wealth, and you say that somebody who had a property increase in value for a number of reasons, one of which is people fleeing the legislation in California and coming here and driving up the price. And then you look at the energy that is driving up the price. And then you look at people that are coming here and they're bidding war. But you know what those people can't do? They can't spend that. They can't spend it. Now, what they could do is they could spend it if they sold the house and they moved to someplace else. But that's no different than asking somebody else to move someplace else. So what's immoral is, one, implying that I'm laughing at the plight of the people that government is taxing into oblivion, when we could actually give them some legitimate tax relief. So many notes. So many notes. We have an affordability crisis, absolutely. What's our affordability crisis? Well, my colleague talked about it. There's a big wet blanket that's thrown on this economy by a carbon superstition. You want to know how much that has to do with our climate? 3 parts in 1 million, maybe. I've sent that to the governor. I've sent my analysis to the governor, to all the scientists that are involved, the carbon experts, the energy experts.
Rep. DeGraff?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's not debate climate here tonight. That's really off the topic.
Well, ma'am, there's no real debate, but there is the issue.
Let's not discuss it then.
There is the issue that this is causing absolute poverty. It's driving up food. You want to talk about food insecurity? When you drive up energy costs, When you drive up energy costs, you drive up food insecurity. When you drive up energy costs, you drive up housing insecurity. When you drive up energy costs, you drive up job insecurity. So if we're going to talk about job insecurity, housing insecurity, food insecurity, then we are talking about energy.
You know, Rep. DeGraff, I was hoping we could talk about the earned income tax credit.
I would too, ma'am, but we had so many stories and so many things that were brought in outside of the scope of the earned income credit that we're talking about food insecurity and housing insecurity. I just thought it was essential that we had a chance to actually rebut the falsities that were put forward. That's all. But I'll try to get back to it. One of the things I'd like to do, I mean, if you guys are interested in history, Davy Crockett has a great essay called Not Yours to Give. It's kind of along the lines of if you rob Peter to pay Paul, you'll always have Paul's support. Now, one thing that I get a little tired of, because this is $185 million out of, and I'm not going to call it the Tabor surplus. What I'm going to call it is $185 million out of the excess taxes that were extracted by force from Coloradans. That's what taxation is. $185 million that was extracted from Colorado. And the overall, in fact, on the yellow page says $370 million. So there is no Tabor surplus. There is no Tabor surplus. And we saw in Prop HH, which is the reason that we're all here, that was the goal, is to make that irrelevant and suck that into the exponentially growing government spending caps, which are causing people to go into food insecurity, housing insecurity, and job insecurity. So out of the gate, what do we have? We have 008 out the gate. We have spending more government money because what we've told the people of Colorado is it's going to get worse. And you're not going to be able to afford your tax bills. And so you're going to need to defer it. And so we're going to spend more of your money instead of less. And then this one, what is this one? This one is redistribution. This does create a progressive income tax. Now, I know the progressive income tax, I mean, that is number 2 on Uncle Carl's list of things to destroy the middle class, celebrated by our Bougielutionaries with the salute of mindless obedience. But that's $185 million that's getting sucked out of the economy. This is not your money to give. $370 million overall. It's not trifling. And the fact that it will go to people that are not even paying taxes, that are not even citizens, that we're taking care of the non-citizens first, that's not accidental. They can be here paying taxes, but what we're doing is we're taking money from one group and giving it to another. So is this tax relief? No, it's taking money from one person's pocket and putting it to another, legislating money from one person's pocket to another. If you do that by other means than legislation, it's called theft, but in this body, it's called legislation. There is no such thing as a Tabor refund, a Tabor surplus. There is no such thing as a Tabor surplus. It's money that was extracted from your citizens. It is. If they pay extra taxes under the threat of force by the government, that's money that's extracted. And then after you've extracted that money, then you want to say, I'm going to give it to somebody else. That's immoral. That's theft. So this is not funded by Tabor refunds. This is funded by people that had no choice but to contribute to this. And one thing, it was said that this is only going to affect the rich. One thing on the tax code is we can be pretty sure of, is the tax code has also been written for the rich, and they're not going to pay mostly in taxes, so this is just coming from the middle class. And again, the progressive income tax is Uncle Carl's way of destroying the middle class. It's number 2. You can look it up on the list. On rent, because it was mentioned, 1095 last year on rent control, despite the fact that all of these rent control measures will drive up costs, reduce availability, and create slums. Rolled all costs for rent, including fees, energy and fees, into rent. So that means when taxes go up, that the landlord can't pass that tax on to the tenant. So the tenant's not paying it. So the tenant needs relief, absolutely. But the only relief that this bill is offering to the people of Colorado is to take money from their fellow citizens for themselves. That's immoral. Theft is immoral. You do have the power to improve lives. But so far, you've only done it by you've only even begun to think about it by extracting it from another. That's parasitical. If you want to talk about food insecurity, if you want to talk about energy insecurity, if you want to talk about housing insecurity, that this EITC that's not addressed in the bill, it's not addressed in the governor's call, because we were not allowed to bring forward real change like it was proposed, like reducing the income tax from 4.4 down to 4, something that would help everybody immediately. Who rejected that? Oh yeah, that was rejected in committee. It was rejected in committee. Why? Because this body is not serious about tax relief. These are smoke and mirrors. These are smoke and mirrors. It does not help the people of Colorado. It's all a lie. Again, so far, there's growing government and there's redistributing wealth. There's redistributing the money that was extracted from fellow citizens at the threat of force. Those are your solutions. No solutions have been put forward to lower tax burden. None, zero, nada, zip. And like my colleague said, most of the majority is missing or playing Candy Crush. That's how serious we are. Redistributing wealth, extracting wealth from others. No serious tax relief offered to the people of Colorado at the cost of $24,000 per day. Probably more. It's probably a lot more. This entire Operation Cookie Jar is a charade. It's a sham, and it's a joke. It's not a joke, I'm sorry. It's a crime.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. So this earned income tax credit bill was written because the voters rejected Prop HH. And we're in this room right now. The only reason we're in this room is because the voters rejected Prop HH. They saw through the scam and they said, do not touch our Tabor funds. Now this bill literally touches Tabor funds. Exactly the opposite of what the people of Colorado overwhelmingly voted to not do. This is literally a few weeks ago, that the voters of Colorado said, do not touch Tabor funds. This is our money. It doesn't belong to the House. It doesn't belong to the Senate. It doesn't belong to the governor. It doesn't belong to the state. It belongs to the people, and the people voted to not touch it. And this bill touches it. This is exactly the opposite of what we were sent here to do. Now, interestingly, if you look at all four of these bills, show me $1 out of all four of these bills where we actually address property tax. $1 out of all of these four bills that property tax is addressed. Not studying it, nobody gains money that way. $1 that addresses property tax. It's none, it's zero. But yet that's why we're here. The people of Colorado are tired of this. They want us to address property tax. We, the Republican side, we addressed property tax, and every one of our issues were shot down in a partisan attack. Not bipartisan approach, which is what the governor specifically called us to, but it was shot down. Now we have no property tax on the board. Not one property tax issue on the board. And we're taking earned income money that already belongs to the people and playing games and putting it from our back pocket into our front pocket and saying we're helping people. And oh yeah, it's very debatable whether this addresses anything for anybody. We're not doing anything. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm seeing this wrong. And maybe there are millions of property tax dollars hidden in these four bills. I don't see $1, but I did see 700,000 voters in Colorado that said, do not touch Tabor. So what does this bill do? It literally says, take Tabor. It literally says that. When are we going to start actually doing what we were sent here to do? This is a circus. It's a scam. We're acting like we're all getting around here to come up with a solution. Just show me $1 of property tax solution. Just one. We can't, because this is a joke. This whole thing is a scam. We're not trying to help anybody. We're not trying to knock down property taxes. Oh, we may move money from earned income over to this earned income. We're not changing anybody. We're not helping anybody. People are going to lose their houses. And we're, on our side of the aisle, we're fighting with everything we can to keep them from losing their houses. But it doesn't seem to matter, because not $1 on this wall has anything to do with property tax. So they're going to lose their houses. And we're making a big joke, to quote the earlier colleague. We're making a big joke out of this. Like we're actually doing something right now. We are not. We're lying to the people, and we're playing games with their money. But it does not belong to us. It is their money. And we cannot take it that the people voted to not touch Tabor. We're going to do it anyway. Why? Because we are the house. We're the gods that rule. And we're going to take their money. No matter what they vote, no matter what they say, we're going to take their money in this house. Well, you're going to do it without Republican votes, because I will not be a part of something this evil and immoral.
Representative Varmagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as well, it's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you, Representative. Same to you.
I want to clarify a comment that I made earlier and be a little bit clear about it. And I have the executive order here from the governor, and I'll read it to you. It's letter F. It says, concerning adjustments to the earned income tax credit only for the 2023 tax year. But it goes on to say, utilizing resources available. from 2022 to 2023 fiscal year. Resources available does not include taking money from our taxpayers. I'll read that again. Utilizing resources available. These are refunds that are owed to our taxpayers. If we want to do this, we need to be examining what resources are in fact available to us without hurting our taxpayers. So I wanted to clarify that F does not indicate under any circumstances taking money from Tabor refunds.
Representative Amagast.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we all came here today to stand shoulder to shoulder. I think that's what the intent should have been, is come here to stand shoulder to shoulder in addressing the issue of property tax for our constituents in the state of Colorado. Unfortunately, I think I had my hopes, but with what we're looking at thus far, not only in the committees today, but on this bill and everything that made it through to the House floor, we are not. We are going right back to the end of session when things were pushed through and we were silenced. Where now, after this went on the ballot and was weighed out on a 60% vote, we are here to address the same issues that our constituents and the voters said they don't want. They don't want us to attack their Tabor. They don't want to pay for this or that with their Tabor. This bill, and even in the fiscal note, specifically says the bill will reduce Tabor refunds made by other refund methods. So we're losing Tabor refund to pay for now what would be an earned income tax credit. For the people that are able to earn the earned income tax credit, they're also losing their Tabor to pay for that. So you're taking the money out of their wallet and putting it in their front pocket. But for the rest of us that don't have an earned income tax credit, we're taking our Tabor away. After everything that just happened and why we're here, and HH failing, we're here to fix that, but we're still addressing that by implementing the same things that the voters said they don't want. Very strongly. This is blatant. This isn't anything that's veiled. This isn't discreet at all. This is blatant going after Tabor. And this isn't a party line thing. You can't tell me 60% of the voters out there are one side of the political spectrum or the other. This is across party lines. 60% of our voters said no. They said they do not want this, yet we're saying yes, you do. As a legislature, we're being tone deaf to our voters that said no, they do not want this, and we're still pushing it through. I wish there was a way that anyone could make that resonate with anybody. Just this is what our voters said. This isn't what one party said to the other. This is what our voters said. And we're still telling them, no, this is what you want. This is what you want. I wish we could listen to the voters like we should have when the vote went through on the ballot. Those votes rang true. But here we are silencing that and saying, no, 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 this is what you want. We need to stop doing that as a legislature. We need to listen to our voters, and we need to implement. We need to come shoulder to shoulder and implement something that works for our constituents. And instead of standing shoulder to shoulder, we're standing foot to back and letting ourselves get steamrolled and letting our voters get steamrolled. And this bill and going after Tabor and doing exactly what they do not want us to do, and here we are doing it as a legislature again. I strongly encourage a no vote, and we really need to reconsider how we're doing this and how we're looking at our voters and their voices. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
An honor to serve with you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I want to echo the messages of my colleague from Northern Colorado. And I really want the majority to hear that we are here to listen to the will of the people. The majority of the people in Proposition HH, 62% of Colorado said no. To the many tenets of that proposition, which was incredibly flawed in its writing and its promulgation, here we are again in an extraordinary special session trying to attempt to do the same thing we did in the last 3 days of the ordinary session. Jam legislation down the throats of Colorado citizens that forces them to accept the will of the majority in this chamber, because that is what is happening to Colorado. And I hope Colorado can see that. For the 25 or 30 people watching the Colorado channel right now, please call 25 or 30 of your friends and let them know that now the will of the people, 62% of Colorado, who said, leave my Tabor Taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds alone, keep your hands out of the cookie jar, and give those cookies back to the people that bake them, the taxpayers. Give it back. But you're not going to give it back, are you? Not today, not in this chamber. So I want everyone to know that we are not going to respect the will of the majority in Colorado tonight as we vote on this bill, which truly is an extension of the end of last session. Now, what does earned income tax credit have to do with property tax relief? Most Colorados would ask. Under a single subject rule for property tax relief, it has nothing to do and does not fit. But we know the governor has expanded that because of all these other issues that the majority wants and is demanding.
Representative, we should have probably corrected this sooner, but this specific topic was in the governor's call.
Yes, it was. But what are we here to solve, Madam Chair? Property tax relief or earned income tax credit
Kind of
for low income? What does this chamber want to solve? What does the governor want to solve? Because we are not, as my colleagues earlier have stated, in fact, my colleague from Colorado Springs said it very eloquently, we are not dialing in on property tax relief. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you, in the military, they taught us something for my friends in the majority. Bottom line up front, come up with your best plan first and brief it. Be brief, be brilliant, be gone. But we are not going to be brief, nor brilliant, nor be gone, because we're going to sit here and debate this, and I have yet to see a plan that addresses property tax relief from the majority and the Democrats in this chamber. It should have been the first bill that was presented in this chamber, and we should have said, Colorado, we're going to fix problems for you, and here's how we're going to do it. But we're not doing that today. We're going to go all the way around the edges in circles, and we're going to nibble at everything we can to take and attack and reduce Tabor refunds. Because we can. Because we're the majority. As I look at the bill sponsor, gloat. As I look at that, it's frustrating. Because you know what? We should be respecting the taxpayers. We should be respecting the taxpayers' Bill of Rights. And there is no Republican that I know of that's going to sign up for this. So if you want bipartisan support, you might want to think about a better plan that respects the will of the people. Because none of these bills that I see right now are respecting the vote that was made against Proposition HH and the fact that the people spoke and said, do not raid Tabor. But here we are in this bill, and you look at the fiscal note right here. Tabor refund, $370 million. Am I reading that right? To the bill sponsors, am I reading that right? If not, please come up and correct me. Please come up and correct me because I may not understand the fiscal note. Are we going to take $370 million? And if not, what is the number going to be? It should be zero. It should be zero. Leave Tabor alone.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask for a little bit of grace. I do have a question specifically related to this, but I'm going to start at a broad and quickly move to the question. Okay. As many of you may know, my process for analyzing bill has largely been summarized in an 8-question litmus test. That is the litmus test that I made publicly available to my people when I ran for office so that they would understand my analysis. But there's another analysis that I also make, and that's a more private analysis, which is grounded in the idea of loving your neighbor as yourself. And when I look at a lot of these bills, what I tried to do is figure out all of the neighbors that are touched by these particular bills. And in understanding some of the comments that were made prior to entering into this session by some folks in this room, as well as some of the comments that have since been made even from this well, it occurs to me that, that we have maybe different ideas in our mind's eye of who our neighbors are in these conversations. When I hear a comment about the fact that there are people who are property wealthy, it makes me wonder who we think of who have homes, who own a house. It's a serious question. When you think of a property owner, who comes to mind? Is it the widow who bought a house in 1963 with her husband, a starter home that they never were able to actually get out of, that they redid throughout the decades to suit, that she doesn't want to leave even though her kids are saying, really you should, because she doesn't want to leave the memories of that. And yet now she finds herself in a situation wherein she's trying to grapple between, do I pay for my medicine? Do I pay for my groceries? Do I pay for my heat? Or do I pay my property tax? Is that the person you have in mind? Is it the person who grew up with her grandmother, is now a single parent, and her grandmother has since died and she has inherited a house, but she lives paycheck to paycheck and she can't afford the repairs? And she too is looking at a situation of losing her house. Or do we think of the individual who maybe has a very nice house in a suburban area and it's paid off and they have a summer cottage in another region of the state or another place in the country? When you think of a property owner, who do you think of? Because the reality is, property owners span the spectrum. There are those who are struggling paycheck to paycheck, who are looking at losing their own homes. How much weight is given by this body of those individuals? Versus how many people do we assume are in a different category where they might be facing challenges of losing some luxuries? I think it's important to really consider who our neighbors are in all of this. Because when we talk about immorality and making arguments in support of one group or another and boiling that down to a moral question, it's important to have a broad understanding of our neighbors. And since I promised the question, I will ask the bill sponsors, because we were given a host of data points of who benefits from EITC. None of those data points that I heard related back to property owners. So is there any data that shows how many individuals who would take this tax credit are property owners? Do we have that information, that nexus? If we do, it would be helpful in this analysis. Thank you.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you.
Thank you, ma'am. So I, too, sit on the Finance Committee and had the opportunity to listen to some really compelling testimony today. I really want to acknowledge some of the bravery that we saw, because exposing yourself to a group of people that you don't know is daunting. And that happened. People telling their stories. We also heard from some amazing, amazing women who advocate for their communities to make sure that those in the communities, these families, single parents, are able to take care of their families. They're able to be part of the community and have those roots that have been discussed. We had three amendments introduced, and I have to confess, I'm not an attorney, so some of the verbiage got a little challenging to understand exactly what was happening with the amendments. And then we had the fiscal note. Along with those amendments came some significant changes to the fiscal note. And it was really apparent that the fiscal note is a direct reduction of the Tabor surplus. And unlike my colleague from El Paso County, I will call it a Tabor surplus because I don't really have a better term for it that everybody will understand. There was a lot of talk about the benefits of the EITC to hardworking citizens and the benefits of expanding the EITC to hardworking citizens. And I would like to maybe expand a little bit on what my colleague from Penrose was just talking about, because I feel like there's an assumption that homeowners, property owners, and business owners are not hardworking citizens in this state. And I worry about that because I know the owner of the coffee shop on the corner who pays rent and is subject to a triple net lease, which means that the property taxes on that property are passed directly to that small business owner. And they're working hard every day to make sure that they can keep their doors open under the crippling weight of increased property taxes. I know business owners in my hometown of Castle Rock who struggle every day. And I know business owners who have gone under because they can't afford the increases in property tax for commercial properties that have increased by double digits, 20% every year or every 2 years for the last 10 or more. They can't increase their prices enough to accommodate that. It is impossible. I appreciate what my colleague from Penrose had to say about not knowing the circumstances of these people who are your neighbors. And unfortunately, I feel like sometimes we draw conclusions about their circumstances because they happen to have their name on the deed of a property. But going back to that fiscal note, $185 million, that's a lot of money, at least where I come from. And I look at that and I'm wondering, is that $185 million supplanting property tax relief? Is it hindering our ability to do what we came here to do? And I would suggest yes. I would suggest yes. You know, we can have that discussion about whether we should raid Tabor refunds to distribute tax handouts to various interest groups, and who deserves them, who doesn't deserve them. But that's a discussion I feel for the regular session. The people of Colorado gave us a very simple and clear directive for this special session. Pass emergency stopgap property tax relief before tax increases go into effect, and do it without raiding Tabor refunds. That's what we're here for. I very much appreciate your attention tonight and ask for a no vote on this bill.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my colleagues have said it over and over again. They believe we had a mandate of the people not to touch Tabor, and it does say the bill will reduce Tabor refunds. And when Prop HH failed, I really thought we were going to come up here and we were going to work and tackle property tax. But one of the first things I saw in the media, they blamed it on right-wing propaganda. It couldn't be that it just failed. It was right-wing propaganda, of course. And I thought that we were going to wade through that because we do have proposals, but we aren't tackling property tax. And the governor may have expanded the scope of this or in the amended call, but at the end of the day, I thought we were going to do something with property tax. I mean, in what upside down world? Hell, even Kyle Clark agrees with us. I mean, you talk about upside down. I mean, you did a segment this morning on it. And I was at a town hall the other night, a bipartisan town hall. Actually, it was my city's legislative roundtable. And like I said, there was people of all stripes in there, and I was scoffed at by a comment I made. And I said, when we get up there, I sure hope we don't do the Prop 112, Senate Bill 181 all over again. And I had a couple of people in the room kind of jeer at me. And that's exactly what's happening. We're going to circumvent the will of the voter again. We really are. Well, we aren't. The majority is. And I really think that the voters want property tax relief. And I'm sure that there's constituents that want to debate some of these other things, but to not have that on the table is kind of disheartening to me because I really thought we were going to come up here and work on that at some point and try to wade our way through this for the people of Colorado. And I hope that at some point we can. I hope we can get there here. I hope somebody stands up and says we can get there and we can do this. But right now I don't have any faith that that's going to happen. Once again, I spoke to my constituents. And they were very clear about this. And what I see is, I had a bunch of you all down to rural Colorado. There obviously is a rural-urban divide on the way we think, the policy, everything that we think about. But to disregard that, in my opinion, is disingenuous. Because this is the state of Colorado. It's all people in the state of Colorado. And our constituents want real property tax relief. What is wrong with asking for real property tax relief? I had thoughts with that, what we were here to do. So I urge you, please, we're having the discussion about this other stuff, but let's step up to the plate and let's work on the property tax issue. It affects rural Colorado. It affects my constituents. I urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you all.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A colleague kind of referred to it. I call this Operation Cookie Jar because the hand was slapped away from the jar, but the cookies are still a target. What's going on tonight is telling us that exactly what was said about Prop HH is 100% true. The government is coming for it's going to continue to charge excess tax and then keep that excess tax because it's considered a surplus, and giving it back to the people from whom it was extracted is considered a burden to the government. So Operation Cookie Jar, where you guys are going back, the majority is going back for all the cookies. Not that they're paying attention or even here, Colorado, for the majority. What do we have next? So far we have grow government, shuffle money around, and next up we'll have a task force that will push any decisions out until March, which means we could have done this in the regular session at not a cost of additional $24,000 per day. So Colorado, you need to know that there is no serious addressing of property tax this weekend. When the results are obvious, the action is intentional. The results of the actions of this body are obvious. When you continue to tax everybody, when you just continue to expend more funds, and then just say, oh, I've got all these good ideas, I'm just gonna have to go extract more from the government. Go send somebody with guns to get more money from the people of Colorado. They have guns. I know you don't like to hear that. That's why I like to say it. But the results are obvious. MML is listening. Or AML, excuse me. So people are going to lose their homes. People are going to have trouble with this. It's intentional. You need to know it's intentional. There should have been a flood of all kinds of ideas on how we could reduce property tax, how we could reduce the income tax, how we could go about keeping inside the governor's very restrictive, very broad, laser-focused on 8 different things that are really all about spending the money that was extracted from Colorado citizens at the threat of force. Last semester, there's my calc teacher coming through. Last session, this majority created legislation, I think it was 1095. It would require everything, whether it be the actual rent, whether it be the taxes, whether it's the energy that's required. That was all going to be under rent. And then another bill came and took it and said, all of those things fall under rent, and you can't raise the rent. So what that did was it took the burden off of renters. So that'll be another thing. We'll want to give money to renters, but we've already insulated them by saying that landlords can't raise the rent. So what we're doing is we're putting a double hit on landlords. We're putting a double hit on property owners. What are people going to have to do? They're already looking at doing it. I'm looking at doing it. Selling, not renting. Selling. Why? Because the rent control stuff, 100% historically results in slums, less availability, and higher cost. So we can only assume that's the intent. The intent of the rent control is slums, lower availability, and higher costs. Colorado should know that. That's the intent. Now, you can delude yourself that it's not. But the reason that you study history is so that you don't need to learn from it, that you don't need to relive it. But why learn from history when you can just live it over and over and over again? So what is the majority intent? The majority of the intent, since my intent was challenged, I would say the majority's intent is to push people out of owning homes. The intent is to push them out of owning homes, push those properties into the hands of government or NGOs in collusion with the government, which is fascism. Just a definition. We have people that are legitimately worried about losing their homes. The solutions presented by this body are growing government. And we can only look at it, I can only look at it and say it's got to be intentional. Now for the Bougielutionaries with the salutes of mindless obedience, Uncle Carl's number 2 on the list of eradicating the burghers of the Middle Ages, the middle class, the middle caste, the middling caste, is abolition of property and land and application of all rent to land and public purposes. So when you say that these policies are Marxist, they are. Say again? You want me to read it again? Sure. I said, to the Bougielutionaries with the salutes of mindless obedience, Uncle Carl's number 2, to eradicate the middle class, the middle caste, and reduce it back to its ideal feudalism, where you only have poor and you only have rich, is the abolition of property in the land and the application of all rents and land to public purposes. I just wanted to say it again. So Colorado, you need to take the entirety of what's going on here. You need to take the entirety of what's going on. Because they said in the last session, sell your house to somebody. We don't care. Sell it to somebody who will follow our rules. This is about obedience. This is about rules. This is about building a totalitopia. Let's look at the governor's call. So we can talk about Prop HH, concerning property relief package to reduce Coloradans' property tax burden in 2023. Well, Coloradans is plural, possessive plural, so that means all of Colorado. All Coloradans, their tax. And you know what? I haven't seen anybody come up here to answer my colleague's question about show me $1 of legitimate property tax relief. Colorado, there has not been. We've been here for hours. We've been here all day.
Representative DeGraff, that's not this bill. We already covered that. So let's keep moving.
Keep moving, okay. Circling back, there has been no property relief proposed. Concerning the fiscal impact, and this is why we're here, of tax relief package on the interest of schools, local governments who are funded with property tax, potentially using reserves. Reserves of what? Reserves of the money of the people of Colorado for a rainy day. It's Colorado's money. And you want property tax relief. That's not property tax relief to give somebody their part of their money back. It might help the burden, but it's not a relief in property tax. It's just saying that, hey, you know what? As a whole, the government legitimately takes too much money. I mean, I love it when you guys admit that you take too much money, but you go right back to the cookie jar. I guess something's entertaining. Tabor surplus. There is no Tabor surplus. That the governor refers to it as a Tabor surplus from which we could tap to give people. That is not tax relief. Tabor surplus, taxpayer bill of rights, that surplus is excess money that's been extracted by force from Colorado. Every single penny of that is excess dollars extracted from the citizens of Colorado by force. And it should be returned to its rightful owner. And when you don't return it to its rightful owner, that's called legislation. Theft. One or the other. It doesn't really matter. They're synonyms. And the general fund. So out of the general fund, we want to give Colorado tax money, and we should give it back to them, but maybe we shouldn't take it from the beginning. If you really want to help, maybe we ought to just put a freeze. Maybe we ought to have like a 30-day session where this body can do substantially less damage on Colorado. Concerning the necessary administrative changes attributed to tax relief. Okay. We haven't seen any tax relief. We can't even talk, and it's not on the board to talk about tax relief. It's not even a consideration today to talk about tax relief. It's not even in the imagination to talk about tax relief. I thought the Democrats would be able to stomach like legitimate tax relief during a tax year, like that you guys would actually gut it out and maybe give some legitimate tax relief. And you can't even do it for a tax year. People of Colorado, you should know there's nothing serious about tax relief here, nothing. We haven't even seen $1 of it. Concerning rental assistance only, well, that was kind of taken care of. That can't go up. So we're looking at giving money, and we're looking at a double hit to landlords. Why? Because anybody in this state, the ideology in this state is that anybody who owns property is rich, and that if their property values on paper went up, that somehow they have all that money to spend.
Representative, going back to EITC, please.
Well, I'm trying to get down to EITC, but I'm talking about the governor's call, which is why we're here. Because concerning rental assistance, concerning adjustments to the earned income tax credit only for the 2023 tax year, utilizing resources available from the 2022-23 fiscal year. It's not adjusting the earned income tax, it's just broadly applying it. And yes, those people need help. Absolutely, those people need help, but they need real help. They need real help. They don't need to be bribed with the money from their neighbors. Taking money from your neighbor is just as immoral if it's done through legislation. And it is not tax relief. Concerning the creation of a process to review and make recommendations on long-term property tax relief. Again, we haven't seen anything. The farthest, not even an imagination are we talking about actual tax relief. Colorado, you need to know that there is no tax relief going on.
Representative?
Yes, ma'am.
I know we don't like to think about it, but there is a whole nother chamber. They have a bill.
They might. Okay, nothing in this House. My apologies to the Senate. There is nothing in the House of Representatives so far that hasn't been shot down in committee. So nothing that has made it to through committee actually addresses property tax relief. It's not that we didn't try. It's just that anything that dealt with actual property tax relief or any form of tax relief was squashed, was voted down on party lines. Concerning the nutrition of 300,000 food insecure children. What does that have to do with property tax? Yeah, we need to deal with them. Okay,
We're
we're
doing
talking
that
about
thing,
income
that
tax
thing that
credit.
you were doing.
Say again?
Let's
sorry.
not do that.
I'm sorry, say that again. Please do that.
Coming back
EITC.
around.
EITC. Okay. Again, not $1, not 1 cent of actual tax proposal, actual tax relief, not 1 cent. Not 1 cent. We'll take it down from $1. We'll take it down 100th. 1 cent. Nothing. Colorado needs to know that the majority party has absolutely no intent of lowering your taxes. Everything you feared about Prop HH was 100% true. And this Operation Cookie Jar is proving it.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we need to understand that every cent of this cost comes directly out of Tabor refunds of all Coloradans, of hardworking Coloradans. You know, the representative from Firestone mentioned that the single mother in a house that she may own will not qualify for this program. Why? Because she makes $46,600 instead of $46,500. So she doesn't qualify for this. The representative from Penrose, I'm pretty sure, without knowing it, she told the story of my mother-in-law. Living in the house after she lost her husband and did not want to give up her husband, 78 years old, makes just over the minimum for this tax credit. Since 2020, the legislature has passed several bills to increase this particular refundable credit. This bill we have before us today constitutes a 500% increase in this tax credit since 2020. Since 2020, we have increased this so many times that it's now 500% of what it was in 2020. It was 10% of the federal tax credit in 2020. It's 25% now. After recent expansions, this bill is set at 50%. So what does this mean for average working Coloradans who foot the bill for this with a smaller Tabor refund? Well, we've talked about the $185 million, but the reality of it is since 2020, this will reduce Tabor refunds this year by $400 million, about $400 million, $370 million. The bill does not talk about what the voters asked for. It was a clear message. We've already talked about it. They want their Tabor refunds. They don't want their Tabor refunds to go to their neighbor because their neighbor's total taxable income is $100 less than theirs. They don't want it to go to special interest groups. And if we really wanted to help, we could have passed some sales tax incentives that we talked, or not incentives, some sales tax rate reductions that we talked about earlier. Because this is coming out of not the state budget, this is coming out of what we like to call the surplus, which is actually your tax refund. You paid too much. We're supposed to give that back to you. So we could pass a bill and lower the income tax rate from 4.4 to 4% and not have to worry about this. Not have to worry about the so-called surplus, which is actually people's money. So that would stop us from over-collecting the taxes and allow working families to keep more of their hard-earned money and their paycheck. This bill that we're looking at right now is to help specific groups and ignore anybody else in need. I ask for a no vote on this bill.
Is there any further discussion on special session bill number 1002? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of 23B 1002. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Shebel? Mr. Jones, please read the title of House Bill 23B 1003.
House Bill 1003 by Representative Snyder, also Senator Mullica, concerning the creation of the Property Tax Task Force.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and what a complete and treasured honor it is to work with you.
What a delight it is to work with you, Representative.
Thank you. And with that, I move the Appropriations Committee report, the State Affairs Committee report, and House Bill 1003.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
So we did go before Appropriations today. We actually decided along the way that we needed to hire somebody to come in and facilitate these meetings. It has a very quick timeline, and somebody who can bring and study what other states are doing and how it interplays with federal tax policy. So we did get an appropriation, and I would ask for a yes vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
The question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report passes. To the you know, that long thing. State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs report. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do have an amendment to the committee report. So I move L011 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you. That amendment has been properly moved and displayed. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, folks, this is a direct result of working with so many stakeholders. As you can imagine, it's very difficult to put something like this together on short order. So we've been continuing to meet and take input from others, from stakeholder groups and others. And so what you see here is that we have made some changes. For instance, we are no longer use the term renters, we use residential tenants. The one thing we definitely do in this amendment is we add an 18th member to the total task force membership. So it's still going to require 11 yes votes to move any recommendations to the General Assembly or the Governor's office, but we did add one additional person who basically represents either a statewide rental assistance organization or a residential tenant with some qualifications and a definition in here from section 24-4109. The last other changes, we changed representing local fire districts. We added in who is a fire chief, and that came directly from the fire districts. They would like to have a chief on the board. And that's about the summary of everything that's contained in L011.
Is there further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I noticed that we're switching the word renter into residential tenant, thereby precluding any renters of business properties. Is that the intention, to just narrow this conversation to only talk about residential as opposed to those who would be renting?
Right.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is in this instance, but we do have one of the appointees who comes with expertise in commercial and residential real estate. So I think that will help cover that. But yeah, the intention here is to recognize so many of our people are tenants, don't own the properties they're in. There are impacts on them. We want to drill down on that.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just because I haven't been able to parse the lines, does the scope of this now narrow to just the residential tenants? I mean, even though there's a representative from a business that could be speaking into that frame from the place of being a renter, but does the scope actually still expand enough to where you're talking about all forms of property owners or tenants, commercial or residential?
You know, that's a great question. I have to admit, we've been focused down on the residential side because that's our charge and our call from the governor is to look, what can we do to give property tax relief to residential taxpayers? So we have focused on that. I'm actually in discussions with some of our colleagues about how we might wordsmith this and see if we can make it clear that it is to cover both.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L011? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to my esteemed colleague from Manitou Springs, explain to me, a rural legislator from eastern Colorado, why you changed renters to residential tenants. Because a renter is somebody who rents property from a landlord. Is that something new in redefining the English language for some type of social definition, or is that something else? Because I'd really like to know why we continue to try to rewrite the English language in this chamber.
Representative Snyder. Although it could be characterized as a rhetorical question as well.
Thank you for the question, Representative Holtorf. And I learn something every day, and what I learned today, that when you use the term renters, it can be used to somebody who has a single-family home that they're renting out. They're a renter. And so I think the idea here is to really drill down on the people that we want to have included in this discussion amongst the task force. So we have changed it to residential tenants in every instance and taken the word renters out of the bill entirely.
Any further discussion on Amendment L011? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L011 to the State Affairs Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is passed.
First? Okay.
Representative Epps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L005 and ask that it be.
He gets all the papers. You keep one, he gets all the rest.
Oh. I move L 0 0 0 0. I gave them to the committee. 0. That's all she has.
So that's a lot of zeros.
Okay, hold on 1 second. 0.
We can stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order, and Representative Epps.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Folks, can we simmer down a little bit, please? Thank you.
Simmer down now. I move L005 and ask that it be displayed.
That amendment to the Affairs Committee has been properly moved and displayed. Please, Representative Epps.
Thank you. It's a lovely nail color of whoever displayed it for us. So L005 is supported by the bill sponsor, and it does a specific thing that was asked of us in committee. It changes the references to the county commissioners from having said a current or former to clarify that we mean a current serving county commissioner. And that was asked of us, and I'd ask for an aye vote.
Representative Snyder.
This is a friendly amendment, and I also support it.
Is there any further discussion of Amendment L005? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious, is there going to be a similar amendment for the next section so as to conform the two, or are we allowing for a former county commissioner in one instance and not one in the other?
Representative Epps.
I am neutral on that.
Any further discussion on Amendment L005? Seeing none, the question before us is Amendment L005 to the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. Representative Epps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L006 and ask that it be displayed
Thank you.
because I already gave all the appropriate paperwork to our colleague.
That amendment has been properly moved and is displayed. Representative Epps.
L006 is simple and is considered friendly by the bill sponsor. It clarifies that the reference to a county commissioner of a county of over 300,000, it's amended to clarify city and county so that the city and county of Denver that does not have county commissioners and anywhere else that may apply to would be eligible to serve as well.
Representative Snyder.
It's a good amendment, makes it a better bill, and I urge a yes.
Any further discussion on Amendment L006? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L006. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. Representative Brown.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L004 and ask that it be displayed.
That amendment has been properly moved and is displayed. Representative Brown.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This amendment is kind of a technical amendment that adds a couple of things. One is to make sure that the makeup of the committee represents the demographic and geographic diversity of the state. And the second portion of the amendment makes sure that the committee is considering the impact on the ability of counties to provide statutorily mandated and voter-approved services, and any disproportionate impacts on the rising tax bills on people with lower incomes, especially people with fixed incomes, in providing fair and equitable tax relief. It's just a clarification on the scope of the task force duties, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Brown, for bringing this. So this actually goes into the section of the bill that says the commission shall consider the following factors, and there's quite a list that follows that. This would put this language into that list, and I think it's an appropriate place for it. I think if this task force makes it all the way through and gets stood up, this will be important for them to look at some of the disparate impact that certain communities will have on this. So again, it's a great amendment. It makes it a better bill, and I urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L004? Seeing none, the question before us is Amendment L004 to the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee report to HB 1003. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. Is there any further discussion on the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee report? Representative Bottoms.
So I do move L013 to the committee report and ask it to be properly displayed.
Members, we're going to take a brief recess, and please note that this is over 1 page long. Committee, let's come back to order. Representative Bottoms.
I would like to withdraw my amendment.
That amendment has been withdrawn, and committee will be in a brief recess.
The committee will come back to order. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. I run Amendment L016 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
Rep. Bottoms, can you move that amendment?
I can also move L016.
Thank you. Okay, the amendment is displayed. Would you like to tell us what's in your amendment?
Yes, I would like to tell you. So the reason that we're here is because HH was voted down, and we need to kind of back up to understand the concept of my amendment. When we came out of here with Senate Bill 303 to go into Prop HH, that came from the Senate and then that came from the House. So the problem that we're having right now originated with the Senate and with the House. The problem that we're having in HH being voted down, and the reason we're here is because we made very bad legislation that eventually turned into Prop HH. In the putting together of this, this study group, task force, commission group, we're adding state people to make the same decision. And this was already amended once, I believe, from committee. But the idea that we are having 3 representatives and 3 senators, I think that's already the problem. The problem is this room. And so I would like to change from 3 senators and from 3 representatives down to 2 senators and 2 representatives, 1 each chosen by majority and minority in each of those 2 bodies. I would prefer to have none of us on the committee because, again, we're the problem. HH came from this, and the people said, don't do this, and now we're doing it, and we need to take these guys off of the committee. This is a committee to analyze this, assess this, and the less of the people in these 2 chambers, the better. And so my amendment is saying let's go from 3 down to 2, and that will also make it actually truly bipartisan, which is 1 of each party, instead of 2 in one party and 1 in the minority, 2 of majority, 1 a minority. And so this will equal it out and equally represent the people. And so let's take it from 3 to 2. And so then obviously you have to change the line that says 17, you have to substitute 15 there to make it work mathematically. And so I strongly urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Members, it's way too loud in here. Thank you. I believe we are needing a second recess.
Just a,
1 moment, please.
Madam Chair, a brief recess.
We're going into recess. The committee will come back to order. Representative Bottoms.
Chair, I would like to withdraw my previous amendment.
That's fab. And would you like to
I would like to, while I'm here, I would like to introduce, I will move L017 and have it properly displayed.
That amendment has been moved and I'm sure will be displayed. And properly displayed. Representative Bottoms.
So again, this takes it takes a little bit more power away from this body in this, which I think is prudent under the last 6 months of decisions that have led to Prop HH. So let's take more of the House away and more of the Senate away. So it's one minority representative, one majority representative, one minority, and one majority senator will now be on the task force, and then appropriate language will be changed lower down. And again, the reasoning is this chamber and that other chamber is what caused the problem that eventually evolved into the scam of 23 called Prop HH, and we want to alleviate the pressure of these houses having to continue to mess with the people of Colorado and their taxes.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I respectfully would take a different view from representative who just spoke, who has introduced this amendment. So if you look through the comport and the composition of this task force, there are several groups there that have a direct financial interest in what's decided and what direction we go with tax policy. So the reason I have 6 legislators, 3 from the Senate, 3 from the House on there, is because, as we've heard many times from our colleagues, the state collects exactly $0 in property tax. So in that sense, I'm counting on these legislators to be that reasonable voice, not coming from a position of being used to having this money or a sense of entitlement. I've seen it too often when we create task forces and subcommittees, when you have too many stakeholders there with a financial interest in it, they don't ever really accomplish anything because people are not willing to give up a little something. So the intent here is to have legislators on there precisely because they do not have a financial interest in it. And I think they would be helpful in crafting a solution for everybody. So I would respectfully ask you for a no vote on this amendment.
Folks, please take your conversations off to the side. Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. And the representative from El Paso County, I appreciate your comments. Obviously, I support my colleague from El Paso County with this amendment. And I'm taking it from a different perspective. So there are 2 former county commissioners in this whole chamber. County commissioners, I don't know of anybody else, including my municipal partners who I love and adore as well, who have ever actually allocated a budget or created a budget based on property tax, except for county commissioners. So you've got 2 in this chamber, and you've got 3 or 4 in the Senate. And so what I'm looking for on this task force is expertise from the people who have actually sat in those seats and know how to allocate property tax, because not everybody can do that. And so I think reducing the number makes more sense, because then we'll have the needed expertise on that committee to really look for the long-term and sustainable solution, which is what I think we are all trying to do. So I urge, and more citizens, less bureaucrats. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Amendment 17? Representative Snyder?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I respect the Assistant Minority Leader's opinion here. But you have to realize, I started with Senate Bill 305 from last year, which I believe the representative was the House sponsor of. Now, that bill was voluntarily PI'd in its first committee, Finance Committee, over in the Senate. But I started with that. And originally, at one time, I had a decision-making committee that had a majority of legislators. And in talking with the bill sponsor from last year, he was able to convince me that that is not the way we want to go. So now we have a committee that has a majority of non-legislators on there. This will not be a legislative driven solution. Legislators are there to listen, hear the testimony, hear all the aspects from the experts who work in the field, but I think having those non-financial stake in the game folks having an ability to vote, and must also realize that the way the bill is structured, you cannot advance any recommendations to the General Assembly or to the governor's office unless you get 11 of 18 votes voting yes. So legislators only make up 6 of those votes. They're still going to have to get 5 other commission members to vote with them to even get anything moving forward. So I think there's a lot of safeguards in here, and I will admit that, you know, when trying to decide how to, the original Bill 305 had the governor making all the appointments, including the legislators. We've removed that and now allowed for the minority leaders of both chambers to appoint somebody, the Speaker and the President to appoint 2 people each. And that, I think, is just a reflection of the reality of our makeup party-wise here. So I think it's a very reasonable compromise that we have. I think there's good safeguards. So while I appreciate the effort and the amendment, I would respectfully ask for a no vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would respectfully ask for an aye vote. And I'll tell you why. Oftentimes, more legislators on a committee does not help. Now, why is that? And also, more special interests on a committee does not help. That's what we do here in the chamber during session. Now, there are times when less is better. This is one of those times. Now, many people would argue that there are a lot of problems that are caused in the People's House by legislators in this state. So do we want more legislators on this task force or less? In fact, I would argue, and we'll be introducing an amendment to the committee court very soon, that will talk about the most important element of who should be represented that is grossly and completely forgotten, and that is the common man, the people we are here to represent. But that doesn't speak to this. I'm only introducing that as a consideration for the bill sponsor at this time. But truly, this goes from 2 to 1, and 3 to 2, and 2 to 1. Because more of the people outside of the Gold Dome need to be heard. And those are real people in real places. So in all due respect to my good colleague and friend, who I adore and greatly respect. We used to be hallmates in the day, remember? We'd chat and had good bonding time back in early on in our legislative careers. But at this particular time, I think less is better. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I need a minute.
Just kidding. All right. I support this amendment. First of all, starting from 305 is like saying based on a true story. So I think there's a lot of changes. I totally commend my colleague for putting this together. I really tried to get to a yes today because I think our tax code is so badly convoluted and intentionally opaque and punitive of our citizens that we need to really, that a task force, despite costing hundreds of thousands of dollars, would be worth it. But in this case, I support the amendment because it takes it from 2 legislators from 3 to 2 in each the House and the Senate. And the reason I think that is important because it was 2 majority and 1 minority, 2 majority and 1 minority. And what we've seen from the legislation so far is that the majority has not the ability to actually introduce property tax reduction. And if you can't introduce property tax reduction, you cannot introduce property tax reform. And what today's exercise in Operation Cookie Jar has taught us is that the majority has no intention of providing tax relief. So I'm in favor of this amendment because I would like to see the citizens of Colorado actually get some relief from the legislation that is imposed on them by the General Assembly.
Representative Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make one clarification. I really appreciate my colleague from El Paso County pointing out that bill that never saw the light of day, along with my good friend, the senator from Logan County, on our task force. But I wanted to make one clarification to what you said. In that provision that appointed the legislators, the requirement was those legislators had local government experience so that they actually understood the process and wasn't starting from nothing. And this bill just says legislators, which could be anybody in the room, whether they've actually had experience with property tax or not. So I just wanted to make that clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 17? Seeing none, the question before us is Amendment 17. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee report, Representative Amaganta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in sitting in the committee today, one of the points I brought up was the fact that we didn't have much listening that was happening to those that were being directly affected, and that being counties and municipalities. So having them be predominantly on the task force, I think would make more sense, less bureaucrats. And one of the portions of the bill I think that would help that would bring me to my amendment. So I move L15 to the committee report and ask it to be properly displayed.
That amendment has been moved and properly displayed. Representative Amagansett.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Amagast.
That's good. That's better. So basically what this is doing is striking lines 3 through 6, taking out the Department of Labor rep as a part of the committee. Seeing as this is an unnecessary bureaucrat that we could easily fill with somebody that would have a more predominant role in making this local through municipalities and or counties, local government, however we can make that possible. But striking those lines and all that would be doing, and the other part of this amendment would be moving "and," so it would say Senate and, moving that "and" up to kind of make it all tied back together again. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I may be not tracking correctly, but I'm looking at the, page 3, line 2.
3 through 6.
3 through 6. Okay, so that, did we change that section? Okay.
We're going to go into recess. Committee will come back to order. Representative Amagansett. Armagast.
That's fine. Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll get there. I would like to withdraw L15 and move L19 to the committee report.
15 has been removed, 19 is about to be displayed.
And ask for it to be properly displayed. Thank you. So to solve the settled question, the lines 3 through 6, line 6 was already addressed with the word "and," so we're taking that out. It's going to be lines 3 through 5, which just simply strikes one individual representing a labor organization representing workers in industries materially impacted by property tax revenue, appointed by President of the Senate.
Any further discussion on Amendment 19? Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this has been a very challenging one particular appointment in here. We're trying to recognize, I think, that there are the public education employees, K-12, higher ed even, they have a significant impact on what happens with school district funding. So the idea was to give them kind of the employee perspective and to make sure that anything that is done by this commission and forwarded on as a recommendation has that perspective of the people that staff our schools every day and really are the bread and butter of educating our children. So again, I would respectfully ask for a no on this amendment.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've had a lot of rigorous debate today. I want to take this back to who we are all here to represent. Because we are here to represent we the people. Real people in real places, real ordinary citizens. And for the record, ladies and gentlemen, where is their representation on this board? So therefore, after consultation with my good friend and colleague from Manitou Springs, who I'm going to try to persuade, I offer a substitute amendment to House Bill 1003 L018 and ask that it properly be displayed.
Page 3, strikes line.
See if it works.
You're on the right page. 3 through 5. You're leaving the "and" in there at the end. So you're just taking out that one individual, and then you're replacing that one with the 2?
Yeah.
Is that?
They said we'll have to do a technical amendment on Thursday to fix that, to change your total.
Okay. I heard that over there. What happens if that technical amendment doesn't pass?
Then it doesn't all goes away.
It does go
So
away.
it gives you an out. If we want it, but I really think.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So many of us are here to represent real people in real places. Oftentimes, those real people in real places are not considered when we set up these boards, task forces, and commissions. And I think that is not right. So in this amendment, if you will look, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, I am asking for 2 individuals who are Colorado taxpayers, the tax-paying citizens, the very people that we are impacting, to have a seat at the table. What a novel idea. Now, I know we have in this special interests that have all sat at the table, and I don't want to go through all of them, but I do want to point out some things as we work through this bill. And I think the task force is important, but I also think real people should be at the table, and they should be appointed. As we look at the list, we have an individual appointed by Colorado Concern, Colorado Department Association, Chamber of Commerce, building owners and managers, commercial real estate, Association of Realtors, But what is missing are real tax-paying citizens who I think, as a representative of the people, for the people, we the people, for the people, by the people, let the people have a seat at the table. And so I'm asking for that consideration. We started the day, and Madam Speaker, started the day talking about bipartisanship, talking about working together, and I have seen the magic on second reading in this chamber the last session where we actually took good ideas across the aisle and we brought them forth through second reading amendments. And this takes it back to the people. And we must remember, it's all about the people and not everybody else that's out there, outside the fishbowl, that constantly engage us and try to persuade us. So therefore, I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Winter.
I also rise in support of this amendment, and I agree with my colleague from Akron. It'd be nice to see a farmer or a rancher or a property owner from rural Colorado be on this, because at the end of the day, this legislation is going to affect them. And they are those everyday people that we talk about, and that does help bridge the rural-urban divide, and I think it's very important that their voice is at the table. So I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
I think it'd be awesome to have Colorado taxpayers finally represented in tax relief in Colorado. So I think this would be a good first step in the in initiating the conversation where Colorado would actually, because I'll bet Colorado taxpayers could have some ideas on how to get Colorado tax relief, since no legitimate tax relief ideas seem to be able to come out of this House.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Akron for bringing this substitute amendment. I understand where you're coming from, and you make a lot of valid points, but when I look at this bill, it's been so finely parsed, and having a representative from labor on there, as I said, that is in all likelihood somebody from the Professional Teachers Union, one of those groups, CEA or some other. I didn't put any groups in there. What I want to point out is that we have a section in here that says the commission may establish special purpose subcommittees with non-voting members to evaluate and consider property tax issues. I think that would be an excellent opportunity to bring in a variety of different residential property taxpayers and give their perspectives to the committee. And I would be fully in support of that, and I will work toward perhaps putting some language in to codify that and make sure that that's an opportunity. But I have fought so hard to keep the constraints around this committee, I'm loath to make a change at this hour. So I respectfully ask for a no on this amendment.
Okay, members, first we're going to vote on Amendment L18, which substitutes taxpayers for the folks that are in the bill on lines 3 and 5. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment 18 fails. Now we're going to vote on Amendment 19, which simply strikes lines 3 through 5. All those in favor of that amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. That amendment fails. To the committee report. Is there any further discussion on the state affairs, et cetera, affairs committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee report. As amended. As amended. Good catch. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. Now to the bill. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think through all of these healthy discussions around amendments, we've pretty much gone through the entirety of the bill. So There is more to the bill. It's very easy reading on there. I think the one thing we haven't really talked about is what an accelerated timeline this is. So we're talking about, having the committee appointments made by December 1. They'll meet weekly thereafter. We're hiring a facilitator. We really want to dig down and come up with a good policy suggestions that are made to the General Assembly by March 1. So it's a good bill in its current form. It has an opportunity to go through the Senate. I'm sure there'll be changes there, but I would ask for a yes vote on House Bill 1003.
Representative DeGraff. Representative Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague in El Paso County for deferring to me. I just want to talk about process for a moment. When we started this special session and there were talks with the majority, the first question was, what is it that we can work on that might be bipartisan? And we both agreed that a task force would be necessary to find the long-term and sustainable solution. So I thought, well, maybe this might be an opportunity. My colleague from Logan County, so let me back up for a second. After I had won my primary last August, I had started talking with the good senator from Logan County and said, hey, property tax hasn't been fixed yet. We have these issues. The good representative from El Paso can attest to that. Gallagher passed in 2020. And before Gallagher, there was never state involvement in property tax. It was always a local issue. We always had to figure it out for ourselves. And I kind of like that, to be honest with you. But in August, we started having these conversations before we were even sworn in because we knew we had to address this problem last session. And we saw the tsunami of rising property taxes coming. We knew we had to do something about it. And we stakeholdered our task force bill that never saw the light of day last session for over 6 months to make sure that we had the right composition of people, to make sure that everybody had a voice at the table, to make sure there weren't a lot of legislators. And the legislators we did have actually had local government experience and knew how property tax was allocated and could work with their special districts. And I do think it's really important that while we have all these special districts, water districts, fire districts, I do want to give a plug for counties because counties do the most out of everyone. They have human services, they have public health, law enforcement, transportation, infrastructure. There's a lot of needs in these counties to provide for our citizens. And we do it in partnerships. Everything we do at a local government level, and my colleague from El Paso County knows that because he was a former mayor. Everything that we do at a local level, we do together, and we do very collaboratively. And so I was really hoping we could work together on a task force that made sense, especially after we had spent so much time stakeholdering this. I mean, again, 6 months of stakeholdering last year in order to get the right composition. And I have a great deal of respect for my colleague from El Paso County who is trying to put together in a very short amount of time the best task force that he thinks is possible. I'm just saying we already did that work. And I really wish this was an opportunity. The original task force that was created was all legislator heavy. We heavily objected to that. And now the composition has changed, but instead of using the work that we have already done, the stakeholdering we already done, it's a completely new task force. And so I just want to express a little bit of frustration because I think this was something we could have worked on in a bipartisan manner. And that's no offense to my colleague who did reach out to the good senator from Logan County to have this conversation. One of the objections to our original task force, and I'm going to make this a little quicker, is that the task force was too large. We can't have a task force that's that large. And then basically you guys brought the same task force, pretty much the same number of people. So again, just a few frustrations and opportunities that I think were missed in this special session where we could have come together. We already talked about the legislative appointments. One individual representing a statewide organization, representing municipalities or local governments. I don't think you have enough local government, especially county representation, again, for all of the services that counties provide. I am concerned and would like the bill sponsor to maybe think this through. So in H, where it says one individual who is serving or has served as a county commissioner for a county having a population of less than 3,000, that sounds like a lot of people, but I used to represent as a county commissioner Mesa County, which is 150,000 in population. Los Animas County, while rural as well, is, what do we say, 12,000 people roughly? So I don't think you're going to get, the way our task force worked, we were going to have representatives and county commissioners from each corner of the state because every corner is so different. And so I'm very concerned that small rural governments will not have the representation that they really need on this task force. So I ask the sponsor to maybe think about that as you're going through this process. And then one individual representing a statewide or regional organization representing businesses. My issue with that, and a question was brought up on our task force in committee this morning that I thought was a good one. We had it very centered on business as well as local government. And the reason for that is that it was the business community that really pushed for the repeal of Gallagher because they said they were being taxed too much. And so I don't feel like there's enough of those small business owners, as well as large business owner experience on this task force, and I think that that is kind of a missed opportunity. I would have liked to have seen, I didn't do an amendment for this, I would have actually liked to see a February 1st deadline instead of March 1st, only because while that's a tight time frame to do the work, I wanted to make sure that the legislators, because I'm hoping, I mean, I know the good senator from Logan County and I, and the good representative from Douglas County, we sat in a room for a long time having a lot of discussions about what we think is the right solution. And we couldn't agree on one solution amongst the three of us. We all had great ideas. And so I want the task force to be able to do their work, but I also want this body to really understand the implications of the decisions that they're making and give it the time that it needs so it's not rushed. So might want to consider a shortened time frame, although I didn't run an amendment for that. So those are my concerns. Again, I think this was a missed opportunity on bipartisanship, not the fault of my colleague from El Paso County, but I think we could have done this better and different together, and I'm really saddened we didn't have that opportunity. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff. Thank you. It is getting very late. All right. Like I said before on this bill, I tried to get to a yes because I think our tax code is so incredibly convoluted. But this is, and I do appreciate that this suggestion of a task force actually does reinforce what an incredibly bad idea this Operation Cookie Jar is. To try to cram this all into a 3-day process. So yeah, this is a bad idea. But why are we here? We're here to give the citizens of Colorado an emergency level of tax relief because it needed to be in January 1st, and every single idea for legitimate tax relief was shot down in the first 4 hours of the day. HH was going to just merely do a haircut of 6.765 down to 6.7, 0.065%, a ridiculous wafer-thin amount that was promised to the citizens of Colorado to be something significant. They just never quite said what the amount was. But not even that amount was suggested today, not even a 0.065% that we could apparently do because HH could do it. So I have a lot of problems with this task force, not because the tax code doesn't need to be redone, probably thrown out, but right now what we're doing is we're asking the people that created the problem to solve the problem, and that always will give you a bigger problem. We're creating a precedent. We're creating a precedent for state control over the counties. And the counties admittedly said that they could, the county institutes, they all said that they could do this unilaterally. and some counties have. They don't need the state to tell them. And in fact, on this committee, on this task force, everybody wants to add more people because they all want voices that represent their own individual particular area, which at some point you go, wow, maybe we ought to just do some form of government that's a little closer to the people, and we could call it something like local government, and it could have some level of autonomy from state government. And we used to have that. But every single thing like this encroaches, because what you're ultimately going to have is you have a level of control, whether it's official or not. You have the state coming in, you have legislators coming in, the task force, and then saying, hey, what should the legislation do? And the legislation is going to pass a law, and that law is going to cover the counties. And if it isn't a law that covers all of the counties, then why are we doing this if you're just going to ask the state? So what we're doing is, what this bill is pulling county authority, city authority, and special district authority, and it's putting it in the state, and it's kicking the can out to March, out farther. What it's saying is we could have done this special session starting in January and not wasted the citizens $24,000 a day. Because this is saying that the House of Representatives, the majority party, is not serious about tax relief, cannot get themselves,
Representative DeGraff,
yes, ma'am.
Could you just please not impugn any motives about anybody?
I'm sorry, what?
Just stick to the bill.
Well, the bill says that the majority party cannot, this bill says the majority party is unable to propose tax relief, and then instead of actually doing that and admitting that they can't, this bill says the majority party wants to push the facade out till next year when the pain has already begun. It's pushing the problem down. You can solve the problem this weekend, and there has been no effort to do so. So this bill doesn't solve anything. And what it does is it pushes the counties. So instead of the state government supporting the counties, it inverts that relationship and puts the state over the counties. It usurps the sovereignty of the counties and the citizens of Colorado. It's well intended, I get that. But because the tax code, but if you cannot, if 46 legislators can't come up with legitimate tax relief, how on earth do you expect a committee to come up with tax relief, especially when so many of the members of the committee are all about continuing their own funding? So I appreciate the idea. I appreciate the admission that this Operation Cookie Jar is a complete facade. This is a bad idea for Colorado.
Members, could you keep your conversations on the side down a little bit? It's getting a little loud in here. Thank you. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm for a task force myself, but once again, I'm here representing rural Colorado. And as you see your communities grow, I'm seeing my communities shrink. And I believe that they need more representation, and I think that they need to have more of a seat at the table. So I think that's something that's very important. I mean, we live in two different worlds, obviously, based upon the ideological differences in this chamber, and I just think that they deserve more of a voice, and I think rural Colorado should have a better seat at the table. So for that reason, I cannot support this. Thank you.
All right, is there any further discussion on House Bill 10003? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1003. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. All right, and the ayes have it. House Bill 1003 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
All right, you've heard the motion. The committee will rise and report.
The House will come to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1002 is amended, House Bill 1003 is amended, 1008 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Titone. Members, there are no amendments at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. And those of you participating remotely, please make sure your cameras are on. Representative Joseph, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Joseph votes yes. Representative Kipp, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Kipp votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Soper votes no. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes, please.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Hartsook, how do you vote? Representative Hartsook, you are on mute. Representative Hartsook is excused. Please close the machine. With 36 aye and 17 no, 12 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move the House stand in adjournment until 9 a.m. November 18th, 2023.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in adjournment until 9 a.m. November 18th, tomorrow.